I think it's number 6, and it never gets old. He's on his Mustang.
Check 1 2 1 2 3. Can't hear a damn thing, but 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Talk to me. Okay, now I hear you. 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Check check check. Yeah, I can hear myself now. 1 2 1 2 3.
Talk to me. Yeah, I hear. 5 4 3 2 1.
I'm good. All right.
This afternoon, heavy rain pummeled Shell Energy Stadium, but guess what? These young men came out to save the day. They got the field in perfect condition for tonight's ball game. That allowed the Texas Southern Tigers and the Prairie View A&M Panthers to come out, get a nice warm-up. They are ready for the Labor Day Classic. Brought to you tonight by Pepsi. Hello, everyone. I'm Butch Alcindor, along with Jorge Vargas. For me, this is Labor Day Classic number 11. For you, I think it's number 6, and it never gets old.
It doesn't, because, you know, the area, all the alumni get out here, and they all argue back and forth and talk a lot of smack, and then it's game time, and it's on.
Okay, we had a delay now of about an hour and a half before we got to this. So let's talk about some of the impact players you need to keep your eyes on tonight. That's brought to you by GM, and we start with the visitors. Now, our first player to watch is number 4, Cameron Peters. He's the quarterback for the Panthers. Had a cup of coffee last year, saw a little action there, but this year the job is his.
Yeah, he was in and out of it, and I'll tell you what, he earned his way to the starter's role by leadership, distributing the ball, and during practice making sure he handles the ball, takes care of it, no interceptions.
And on the other side, for the home team, number 10 for Texas Southern University. Well, that's a young man who has a lot of talent, a lot of skills. His name is KJ Cooper. He actually started one game last year, won that game. Unfortunately, he was injured at the end of the game. This afternoon, heavy rain pummeled Shell Energy Stadium, but you know what? Those workers came on to save the day. They got the field in perfect condition for tonight's game, and you know what? The TSU Tigers from Texas Southern came out to warm up. So did the Prairie View Panthers. They are ready for action in the annual Labor Day Classic presented tonight by Pepsi. Hello, everyone. I'm Butch Alcindor, along with Jorge Vargas. And for me, it's Labor Day Classic number 11. For you, it's number 6, and it just never gets old.
No, it's absolutely fantastic. Everyone from the region gets out here, has a good time. A lot of smack talk, of course, before the game, but now it's time, and it is on.
Okay. Let's take a look now at some impact players you at home may want to keep your eyes on, and we will start with the visitors from Prairie View. This is brought to you by GM, by the way, and that is number 4, Cameron Peters. He got to start a few games last year, but now the job is completely his.
Yeah, he was a little bit in and out of the lineup, but certainly showed some leadership. But he really showed it in training camp. That's how he won the job, and it's by taking care of the ball and distributing it well between his team, and his team knows he is a big-time leader. That is for sure.
And on the other side, the TSU Tigers, well, they have a pretty good quarterback also. His number is number 10, and he's a big guy. Goes about 6'4", 6'5". His name is K.J. Cooper, and a lot of big things are expected from him tonight. Started one game last year, won that game. Unfortunately, he was injured and missed the rest of the season.
It was the classic.
Yes.
That's what he played in, and he played well, and he led them to a victory. And you mentioned he's a pretty big guy, and he can move extremely well. He can run, but hey, he's not just a running quarterback. He can throw. He's got a big-time cannon arm, and he plans on leading those Tigers today to victory.
We'll be right back with the kickoff of the Labor Day Classic between Prairie View A&M and the Texas Southern Tigers.
TV Nation, it's Tremaine Jackson, your head football coach. We need you to join our 35 for 35 campaign. We're trying to raise $350,000 by the first game of the season. All you have to do is go to our website, tvpanthers.com, and click on the 35 for 35 link. Once you do that, we'd love to see your pictures or videos of you donating on our social media platforms at PVAMU Panthers.
PV Nation, this is your athletic director, Anton Gall. We got a new initiative for our football team, 35 for 35. As you know, we just hired Coach Jackson as our 35th head football coach. In honor of that hiring, we are doing a $350,000 campaign. We're asking everybody to donate $35 or more to the Football Excellence Fund. How you do this? Go to pvpanthers.com, donate, and one last thing. Once you donate, take a picture, post it on our social media platforms, because the donations and the support you give us will take us to the next level. Thank you, and go Panthers.
The 2025 SWAC football season is almost here, and SWAC TV is set to bring you some of the most anticipated games of the season. Big classics, historic rivalries, and some of the best bands in the land will headline the inaugural slate of 45 football games this fall. Free, live, and on demand on the new and exclusive streaming platform of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. The time is now. SWAC TV is here, building champions for life.
Reminiscing on my old jazz peeps, rocking Miles and Coltrane in my black Jeep and can't sleep, cause there's stress on the block. Please keep a God locked and stick up kids, stay cocked, ready to rock it down when we grown. We rolling deep with more heat than a glass house. Justice is served and then we bounce sways. Life's amazing, I'm stuck in the center, relying on Satchmo and Gillespie to get me through these cold winters. Word like, that's how we got to get down. Something about this sound that counts me down, and tracks like this keeps its essence around. I found we are not black Muslims when we on the block hustling, 40 guzzling and cap busting, disgusting, a way to get out but I'm trapped. So verbally I release pain over tracks to help forget that. Life's a mess and then you die. So I walk with my head up to the sky so the sun can dry the tears of a grown man's cry. Rest in peace, the legend's dead and gone. I wanna leave but I'm trapped in your era and can't move on. So I look for peace, I think he's dead. So don't test me, I'm forever living on the edge. Reminiscing on my old jazz peeps, rocking Miles and Coltrane in my black Jeep and can't sleep, cause there's stress on the block. Please keep a God locked and stick up kids, stay cocked, ready to rock it down when we grown. We rolling deep with more heat than a glass house. Justice is served and then we bounce sways. Life's amazing, I'm stuck in the center, relying on Satchmo and Gillespie to get me through these cold winters. Word like, that's how we got to get down. Something about this sound that counts me down, and tracks like this keeps its essence around. I found we are not black Muslims when we on the block hustling, 40 guzzling and cap busting, disgusting, a way to get out but I'm trapped. So verbally I release pain over tracks to help forget that. like some mess and then you die. So I walk with my head up to the sky so the sun can dry the tears of a grown man's cry. Rest in peace, the legend's dead and gone. I wanna leave but I'm trapped in your era and can't move on. So I look for peace, I think he's dead. So don't test me, I'm forever living on the edge.
Worst comes to worst, I'll give you a countdown and cue you. We still want to get that fixed for you.
5 minutes.
Reminiscing on my old jazz peeps, rocking Miles and Coltrane in my black Jeep and can't sleep, cause there's stress on the block. Please keep a God locked and stick up kids, stay cocked, ready to rock it down. We grown, we rolling deep with more heat than a glass house. Justice is served and then we bounce sways. Life's amazing, I'm stuck in the center, relying on Satchmo and Gillespie to get me through these cold winters. Word like, that's how we got to get down. Something about the sound that counts me down, and tracks like this keeps its essence around. I found we are not black Muslims when we on the block hustling, 40 guzzling and cap busting, disgusting, a way to get out but I'm trapped. So verbally I release pain over tracks to help forget that. Life's a mess and then you die. So I walk with my head up to the sky so the sun can dry the tears of a grown man's cry. Rest in peace, the legend's dead and gone. I wanna leave but I'm trapped in your era and can't move on. So I look for peace, I think he's dead. So don't test me, I'm forever living on the edge.
This afternoon, heavy rain pummels Shell Energy Stadium, but you know what? Those workers came on to save the day. They got the field in perfect condition for tonight's game, and you know what? The TSU Tigers from Texas Southern came out to warm up. So did the Prairie Panthers. They are ready for action in the annual Labor Day Classic, presented tonight by Pepsi. Hello, everyone. I'm Butch Alcindor along with Jorge Vargas. And for me, it's Labor Day Classic number 11. For you, it's number 6. And it just never gets old.
No, it's absolutely fantastic. Everyone from the region gets out here, has a good time. A lot of smack talk, of course, before the game, but now it's time, and it is on.
Okay, let's take a look now at some impact players you at home may want to keep your eyes on. And we will start with the visitors from Prairie View. This is brought to you by GM, by the way. And that is number 4, Cameron Peters. He got to start a few games last year, but now the job is completely his.
Yeah, he's a little bit in and out of the lineup, but certainly showed some leadership. But he really showed it in training camp. That's how he won the job, and it's by taking care of the ball and distributing it well between his team, and his team knows he is a big-time leader. That is for sure.
And on the other side, the TSU Tigers, well, they have a pretty good quarterback also. His number is number 10, and he's a big guy. Goes about 6'4", 6'5". His name is KJ Cooper, and a lot of big things are expected from him tonight. Started one game last year, won that game. Unfortunately, he was injured and missed the rest of the season.
It was the Classic.
Yes.
That's what he played in, and he played well, and he led them to a victory. And you mentioned he's a pretty big guy, and he can move extremely well. He can run, but hey, he's not just a running quarterback. He can throw. He's got a big-time cannon arm, and he plans on leading those Tigers today to victory.
We'll be right back with the kickoff of the Labor Day Classic.
The 2025 SWAC football season is almost here, and SWAC TV is set to bring you some of the most anticipated games of the season. Big classics, historic rivalries, and some of the best bands in the land will headline the inaugural slate of 45 football games this fall. Free, live, and on demand on the new and exclusive streaming platform of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. The time is now. SWAC TV is here. Building champions for life.
Back, everyone, to Shell Energy Stadium. Let's go down now to the third member of our broadcast crew, Lauren Robertson.
Thanks, Butch and Jorge. What's up, SWAC TV? I'm Lauren Robertson, your sideline reporter for the 40th Labor Day Classic. Tonight is about bragging rights, and TSU earned those bragging rights last year when they had their 27-9 victory over PV. Despite recent history, TSU actually leads the series 42-36-1. And since the inception of the Labor Day Classic, TSU still leads the series 21-18. But regardless of the weather delays that we had, rain, sleet, or snow, both of these teams are ready to go.
Thank you, Lauren. And of course, Jorge and I are dry, but Lauren is also dry now. So we're ready for some football. The 40th annual Labor Day Classic is set to get underway with the visitors in the white jerseys there, the Prairie View Panthers, getting set to kick it off to the TSU Tigers. Back deep to receive return, Trent Leary, number 1, and number 4, Kieran Charlo. Carlos Villagomez will kick it off for the Panthers. We got something new, something old in this game, and we're going to talk about that in just a bit as they get set to go. Our referee for tonight's game is Ivan Daniels. He has another outstanding crew with him, as you see Charlo getting set to return that opening kickoff. The TSU Tigers getting set to go on offense first. They have 44 new players on this year's team. Well, the 2025 SWAC football season is underway as the kick goes deep and is going to be fielded by Leary. Leary takes it out of the end zone, and he's going to be knocked down. Ball is out. A fumble on the play by Leary. He got out to about the 17-yard line. The ball popped out, but the Tigers were able to get back on top of that ball, and it was Leary who came up with the fumble. That could have been big problems for TSU early.
Oh, it's not the way you want to start any game. And again, that was a great hit, popped right out, but well done getting right back on the ball, because you do not want to start the ball with a turnover deep in your own end zone. And so the Tigers, at least, they get their ball back out. And then
Tigers will go on offense behind second-year head coach Chris Dishman. We'll have more on the two coaches in just a minute, but let's get to the offensive play. First offensive series for KJ Cooper. We mentioned on the top he suffered an injury last year, but he's back. And they start with a run straight ahead. That's going to pick up a couple of yards for Texas Southern University.
Yeah, the Tigers coming right up the middle here. Some good blocking from the offensive guard. There was some good push. You get 3 or 4 yards.
That was Davion Ford, the 5'9", 200-pound graduate student. They call him Scooter, and he scooted up the middle there for about 3 yards. So make it a 2nd and 7 for Texas Southern University. KJ Cooper, 6'5", 220-pound. He's a redshirt junior at quarterback. Cooper to pass. Fires underneath. He has a man. It's a completed pass to Cordell Rogers. He hauled it in, but he's going to be shy of the first down, so the Tigers will have to go for it on 3rd down.
Yeah, that was tight. But what Rogers did, let's see how he opens himself up and he shows the numbers easy to his quarterback. You know, as a receiver, you want to make sure you're identifiable easy. It's hard enough to be a quarterback, and you want to see the numbers of your receiver. It makes it easy to make that decision. Hey, he's open. I'm going to throw him the ball. He did a great job doing that.
Cooper, a dual-threat quarterback with a strong arm and quick feet, has it now 3rd and a long 3 for the first down. He's looking underneath to the outside, has his man. That's complete. A nice catch there by Jaquan McGee. He's a 6'5", 200-pounder from Missouri City, and all the coaches were telling me this year, keep your plays for the Tigers.
And again, good job, good route, nice cut. And again, that was a timing pattern right there, and then put it right on.
So the Tigers move the sticks on offense. First and 10 from the 31-yard line. They go back inside to Davion Ford. And once again, that Prairie View defense right there doing an excellent job against the run so far. Well, let's now turn to our keys to the game, brought to you by GM. What you got for the keys to the game for TSU?
Well, the Tigers, they got to win the 3rd downs, and then they did that just a minute ago, so that's good. And when they get in the red zone, they got to make it count, they got to score. And then clock management, it just means be methodical, be smart with your timeouts, and know when to go fast, when to slow down.
That was a 4-yard gain on that last play by Davion Ford. So the Tigers come back. Ford again spinning away from tacklers, but finally he's going to be wrapped up there by Ashton Ajoku. A fine play by number 22. Hit him in the backfield, and basically he might have got a yard, maybe 2 on the play.
Yeah, he got a couple there because his forward motion stopped it. Again, you talk about the tackling. Watch that go right there, and he gets on him and won't let him go. You know, Coach talks about his team being a dog. That was a dog tackle right there. Ajoku with a good one there.
Well, the Panthers have started the game really tough against the run. So now the TSU Tigers looking at 3rd and about 5. to keep this drive alive. Cooper will throw it. Looking to his right, passes into a crowd, gets his man, and he's going to be thrown back for a big loss. A fine play there by the Panthers on defense. Boy, they smelled that one out, and there were a couple of white jerseys out there.
Wow, they gave him a first down on that one. That was a good mark for the Tigers. But I tell you, look how far across the field that ball has to go. That's one you bet your Prairie View the Panthers are going to be looking at, and they're going to say, next time we're going to jump on that ball and try to pick it off.
Darnell Starling with a big tackle for the Panthers. TSU on the run, and it's Ford again. And Ford is an interesting story because last year, this guy has a lot of experience. You know, he got to play a lot last year. Tough runner inside. I mentioned they call him Scooter, but he also has great hands out of the backfield. So don't be surprised to see Cooper popping that ball over to Davion Ford, sneaking out of the backfield there. So a nice gain on first down. Call it 5 yards for the Tigers from Texas Southern. Cooper will pass on second down. Fires inside, and he has another man. That is Kieran Charlo with a nice diving scoop there, and he has another first down for the Tigers.
Hey, how about the offensive line for the Tigers? Great protection there, giving him a great pocket. Look, no pressure at all. He's able to sniff it out and go right down the middle with the pass.
They tried to go quickly, did the TSU Tigers, but there was a flag on the play as it was snapped. So the Tigers, as you heard from our referee, Ivan Daniels, is guilty of illegal procedure.
Yeah, a little bit too quick a movement there, but let's just talk about that offensive line. So far, they've been able to carve some nice holes for Ford at the running back, and they're certainly giving KJ some time in the pocket. And again, it's a clean pocket that he's been able to step in, and it makes a world of difference when you're a quarterback when you can step in and follow through with your throws.
So 1st and 15 after the penalty for TSU in the dark jerseys. Cooper under pressure. He's caught, and he got the football away, and it's going to go down as an incomplete pass. Nice pressure by Starling. Had his hands on him, but that's where that size for Cooper comes into play. Could not do anything with him after he got there.
Yeah, you talked about how big he was at the top of the show, and he's a good size guy. You're not just going to bring him down with a little bit of arm. But again, he stays with him and doesn't allow him to get a good throw. But again, he avoids the sack. So good job by KJ there, just getting rid of the ball right there.
You mentioned that Texas Southern offensive line. Let's call them out here. Number 71, Brandon Kane, Malachi Godfrey, Calvin Lester, Jaden Daniels, and Dennis Jones up front for the TSU Tigers as they go to work on second down. Cooper looking to throw it again. Fires underneath, has his man still on his feet, but he's going to be knocked down. A big hit there by Traver Randall. Came in to finish him off after the catch right there by Leary. Tried to sneak him underneath, but the Panthers were waiting for that one.
Well, you know what? They did a great job here. Look at the team tackling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys, just everyone circling to the ball. That's how you tackle. I don't care what kind of defense scheme you want to put on, how you want to do it. You need people that want to get to the ball.
Brandon Anderson is the defensive coordinator for the Panthers, and he has his unit fired up now as we come up here with the third and about 15 to go. Cooper's going to throw it again. Lost it deep, has a man, it's complete, and he's down inside the 10. SU Tigers. Rorion Richardson with a great catch, but KJ Cooper put that one right on the money.
Yeah, he sure did, but again, look at that clean pocket. He's able to relax, get back there, and just throws a perfect dart. And again, they go fast.
Cooper keeps, and he's in for the touchdown. KJ Cooper and the Tigers from TSU get on the board first.
Yeah, no question. I got all excited because they have the big play, and what's great about that was is they don't give the Panthers any time to sit on that. They come right back at him and put it in the end zone. KJ using his wheels.
You know, all in all, you're going to think Chris Dishman is going to be extremely happy with that drive. And on the other side, Panthers played good defense. The Tigers just really executed better.
Exactly right. They're going to find a way to dial in some pressure, though. I can tell you that right now.
Christian Avilar on for the extra point attempt, and he drilled it. And the Texas Southern Tigers, behind a touchdown run by that man, KJ Cooper, they lead it 7-0.
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past and future, all in General
at Texas.
Welcome back to Shell Energy Stadium. I'm Butch Alcindor along with Jorge Vargas, where we just saw the Texas Southern Tigers take a 7-0 lead with 9:03 to go here in the first quarter. And if you're just joining us, we had a rain delay for about an hour and a half, so we kicked off pretty late in this one. But the Tigers, they mentioned they were going to prepare for possible delays coming into this.
Yeah, Coach talked about it. He said, we practice on that during the week. We stop practice in the middle of it, have delays, and see how the team responds and kick things back up. That's what we do. So when things unusual happen, we're prepared for it. And so far with this delay, it certainly looks like they were prepared, and this delay did not bother them. About, an hour and a half of delay did not bother the Tigers as they came out roaring.
Yeah, unofficially, that touchdown by K.J. Cooper was an 8-yard touchdown run that put the Tigers out in front 7-0. But the big play on the drive was a long pass to Rorion Richardson, who made a big catch that put the ball down around the 8-yard line that put him in business. So the Tigers set to kick it off here, and the Panthers getting ready to go on offense for the first time in the ball game. It'll be number 14, Kellen Stewart on the return, and flags are all over the field. There's a lot of laundry down there. He's dragged down at about the 25-yard line, and that is where the Panthers are set for now until we check out the flags.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I don't know what the penalty was, but they all saw it. Because
on the return team, the 10-yard penalty, first down.
So that penalty, as Ivan Daniels told us, went against the Panthers, so that will back them up 10, and they will start 1st and 10. So they start their first possession with a penalty. Not exactly what first-year coach Tremaine Jackson was looking for. Jackson in his first year as head coach at PV. Hey, but he still is familiar with the Houston area. Played his high school ball at Waltrip. Also played at TSU before he transferred to Louisiana Monroe. Came back and graduated over at U of H. And then he actually coached at TSU. So he has a lot of ties to Texas Southern.
He is so glad to be back in the area. He said his daughter's able to live with him for the first time in years. She's going to the university with him. It's just absolutely fantastic. And he couldn't say enough great things about Waltrip. I love the thing he said to post. He said, that's where I became me at Waltrip. So you got to love that. He's glad to be back here. He welcomes all his Waltrip people to come and cheer on the Prairie and Panthers.
So Panthers with their first possession, it's back on the 15-yard line. Peters will pass it. Throws it over near the sideline. It's complete. It's going to be a gain of about 7 on the play to Rodney Ojo. Ojo with the catch right there in a gain for the Prairie View Panthers.
Yeah, well-conceived play. Ball was put right on the money there. And again, they got great yards out of that.
Panthers back in the line quickly. Movement on the TSU side is going to be offsides. Pass is completed, though. A nice pass to Josiah Rockwell. Josiah Rockwell is a young man who Coach was raving about, said a great camp he had. And we mentioned there were flags on the play, and it appeared Texas Southern was offside. Let's get the call.
offsides on the defense. That penalty is declined. First down.
Yeah, there's the offsides right there. He jumps, gets in that neutral zone right before that snap.
Jason Patterson was a little early on that one. Oh, excuse me, that was Michael Akins. 1st and 10, though, as the Panthers take the gain. Peterson on the fake reverse keeps, and he's going to pick up about 3 yards before he's hauled down. Tigers did a good job on that fake reverse.
Panthers settling down. Again, the Tigers defense is really on attack mode right from the beginning. They're not trying to settle into this game.
Interesting story about Peters starting the game tonight at quarterback for Prairie View A&M. Coach said, I love him because he does not turn the football over. He's a good game manager. He has a 2nd down and 7. Passes complete again to Rockwell. And that'll move it forward. It's going to be just shy of the 1st down. But the other thing about it, he said we were all set to move Peters to wide receiver as we entered the 2nd scrimmage, and he said someone must have whispered in his ear because he had a great scrimmage, and from then on he was the starting quarterback.
Yeah, he said, I was just torn before just putting him receiver for that scrimmage. I said, we'll just give him one more run at quarterback, and he did so well. He's like, wait a minute, now I got to have him here. But he also mentioned the fact that he's a distributor. And what that means is he doesn't get isolated on one particular receiver. Whoever's open, that's where he throws the ball.
3rd and 4 coming up for Peters and the Panthers. Puts a man in motion. He's going to keep it himself, and he's not going to make it to the sticks. Peters is going to be dropped down short. A big play there by DeMarcus Thompson, or as his teammates call him, Juice.
Well, he brought the juice and then some. It was stacked right there. He did a great job of shedding the blocker and then just getting to the tackle.
Panthers are going to go for it. It's going to be 4th and a long one. Gets almost 2 yards as they get set for it. Brandon Campbell. Make that Chase Bingham. And this could be one of the biggest plays in this game. We're early in the game. We have 6, 7, and now they're going to take a timeout to talk about it.
Yeah.
And while Coach Tremaine Jackson takes the timeout, we will take one. We'll be right back with more.
Hey, grab me one too.
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
At Texas Southern University, we're more than a campus. We're a community driven by purpose and excellence. Here, teamwork and student we do. We are proud to be an independent urban university committed to innovation, diversity, and progress. At TSU, excellence meets opportunity. From Third Ward to the world, we are TSU.
The SWAC, the premier athletic conference in the nation. A collection of schools rich in tradition, pride, and pedigree. Sacrifice, winning, allegiance, champions. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
Tremaine Jackson at Prairie View, the first-year head coach, thought about going for it for just a minute, but now he's going to punt the football away. So Adam Atwell comes on to kick it away, and it goes off the side of his foot, and it's going to be a short one. Wow. So much for the strategy. No, I don't think not.
Right now.
So he thought about it, took the timeout there. He was set to go for it. I think he thought it was 4th and a yard. It was really close to being 4th and 2. And I think that was the right move to put the football away.
Yeah, it was. You're right, Butch. It was a good 2-yard for sure, but he was hoping to get more than, was that a 10 or 15-yard punt right there? That is not what you're looking for. He chose to do the punt to change the field position. That was a tough one right there, but I think that was the right call to do the punt.
Yeah, you know, the field's still kind of wet down there. That ball could have had could have been damp and went off the side of Atwell's foot. We'll never know, but it's 1st and 10 for TSU at the 45-yard line. Cooper to throw, over the middle, behind his intended receiver. Charlo was open, and Cooper just missed it.
Yeah, he sure did. He just went through right behind him, and when you're hauling butt that quick, you just can't stop on a dime and go backwards. And watch him, he's coming across, and he's trying to stop, and he just can't get his momentum stopped.
2nd and 10. They go to Ford on the run. Ford has a nice block. Ball comes out. It's a fumble, and the Panthers have recovered for Prairie View A&M. So the TSU Tiger, the second fumble of the game for Texas Southern. They recovered the first one, and that one they lost as Ford gave it up.
Yeah, I can't tell who punched it out, but I'll tell you what, you saw a hand at the very end here. Let's see if we can see it. Number 25 right there. Does he get on that backside? No, he runs in his own man. And that's where it comes out.
Jalen Williams, the backup tight end for Texas Southern, as Ford ran into him, the ball bounced out, and the Panthers got on the football in a hurry. Let's check out the keys to the game now, brought to you by GM for the Panthers after that big break.
Yeah, I tell you, worry about us. In other words, take care of your own business. Make sure you keep things happen. Keep the enthusiasm up no matter what happens in the game, and you got to win 3rd downs. That's Prairie View A&M has to do.
Ball on the 48-yard line for the Panthers. They give it to Bingman. Bingman goes inside a couple on the play. You remember him from last year, man. He was a freshman last year, and I remember then Coach Bubba McDowell telling us, I got the future right here. He said, this guy is great. He said, I'm not going to play him but 4 games because he can really run the rock. And, boy, look at him now. He's starting off this year as a redshirt freshman. Tough runner inside, but it's the great cuts that everybody likes about this guy. Picked up 2, maybe 2.5 on that first down carry. So Peters turns, and he gives it again to Bingman inside, and the Tigers are going to stack him up, but he's going to get about 2 or 3 more.
Yeah, no, that was a good run. And watch Peters. Peters really rides him in like for almost a yard, right? It's not just a quick handoff. He's just riding him in all the way to the very end. You're going to see Peters ride that and then pull it out and break a big one. They're setting that up. And Bingman's not that big, but he runs hard.
So a 3rd down now for the Panthers in the white jerseys with the purple pants. Peters looking to throw. Fires inside, has a man open, and it's a completed pass to Josiah Rockwell. So far, he's been his top receiver so far, his 3rd reception of the first half. And we talked about him briefly at the top on what a great camp he had.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, you just got to get yourself open. He's doing that right now.
Bingman again on the carry. Flag goes down, and so does Bingman there. He's going to be stopped. A nice tackle by Quentin Murray, but there is a flag on the play.
Again, there was more than one flag thrown.
Holding offense number 74. It's a 10-yard penalty. It is 1st down.
So Ty Brown is the guilty party, the offensive lineman for the Panthers, called for holding on the play. We'll back him up 10.
Yeah, there's a holding. It's kind of, it's a tackle, more like grab and turn them. That was the nice one there. You're gonna do it, go all the way.
So 1st down after the penalty, and Peters looking for the ball again, has some room. And Peters is going to be hammered down hard, but he picks up that penalty yardage, and now it'll be 2nd and 10.
Yeah, watch this right here. He's going to wish he had this back a little bit when he looks at tape. Watch this right here. And then, bam, if he kind of cuts to that right around that block right ahead of him there, he would had a little bit more room there to spring it, but he did get that penalty yard back.
Yeah, close to 8 yards on the gain there. Now he's going to start with the empty backfield. Peters looking to pass it again over the middle. Has a man open. That is caught. A nice catch by Rodney Ojo, hauling in that one. So Ojo and Rockwell have been big targets early in this game for Peters.
Yeah, Ojo did a great job of hanging on to that thing because he got rocked pretty good as soon as that ball hit his hands. I mean, that was good defense on trying to displace that ball as soon as it hit him. But they sure didn't get there.
Another first down for the Panthers as the ball moves up to the 26-yard line. First and 10. Peters again fires, and it's going to be an incompleted pass. Tried to hit Josiah Rockwell, who had come behind him on the jet sweep, but he didn't fake it, didn't give it to him. Tried to pass it to him, and he couldn't hang on to the football.
You know what I liked about that play is that the receivers that weren't getting the ball, man, they were busy blocking. They were engaged, trying to create room. And that's the thing, you know, you watch receivers, when they're getting the ball, they're all big time. And a lot of times when they don't have the ball going to them, they don't have as much energy.
Christopher Buckner, the offensive coordinator for the Panthers, doing the play calling, and he's doing a good job of getting his team up to the line of scrimmage quickly to execute. Second down now for Prairie View. And Peters will keep again, running straight ahead, and he gets it down to about the 25, and then that's what's the end of that run. Good recovery by the Texas Southern Tigers.
Yeah, they're going to keep this game clean. A little bit of extracurricular, I would say, or a little bit of Superman coming in from the back end. I'll just say that. Watch this at the end of the play. Everyone's kind of stacked up. Number 48 kind of comes in there like Superman.
Yeah, that's Joel Williams. I mean, you don't want to make a penalty in that situation. If you're Texas Southern, and the Tigers from TSU jumped, free play, and it's complete again. It's that guy again, the same receiver, Rockwell. That guy's got great hands. But up here, Texas Southern again jumped the gun, and they're going to be guilty of being offsides.
And how about Rockwell? He's having
offsides on the defense. The penalty decline is first down.
Rockwell's having a season in a quarter. He is, right up the middle. I mean, and there's nothing like a nose tackle jumping offside. How can you jump offside when you're a nose tackle? That's exactly what a coach will be telling them.
That's a first down for Prairie View A&M. Ball now resting on the 15-yard line. Peters will throw it again. Stepping up in the pocket. Gets away. Around the left side. Fires over the middle. And it's a touchdown for the Panthers. Nice toss right there. Into the back of the end zone for a touchdown.
Let me tell you what a coach.
That is number 33, Heckman, the big tight end making the catch in the back of the end zone.
Yeah, and as he was running left and he turned to throw back, I know every coach in the Panthers world was saying, no, 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 yes, yes, yes. Because that is tough when you're a right-handed quarterback. You're rolling to your left. You got to stop, turn your shoulders, and throw back. Usually you don't have enough meat on that ball, and it's slow, and you get picked off. But great job. He was wide open.
Aiden Webb, the freshman kicker, comes on to add the extra point, and he is true. But how about that touchdown pass from Cameron Peters to his big tight end?
We are past. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
At Texas Southern University, we're more than a campus. We're a community driven by purpose and excellence. Here, teamwork and student success are at the heart of everything we do. We are proud to be an independent urban university committed to innovation, diversity, and progress. At TSU, excellence meets opportunity. From Third Ward to the world, we are TSU proud.
The SWAC, the premier athletic conference in the nation. A collection of schools rich in tradition, sacrifice, winning, allegiance, champions. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
And you're checking out some of the fans who braved the stormy conditions to come out here for the 40th annual Labor Day Classic. And so far, my friend, Butch Alcindor with Jorge Vargas, it has not disappointed. A big turnover by Texas Southern led to a touchdown by the Prairie View Panthers. A pass from Peters inside to Heckman.
Yeah, it's been a good one. And what the thing that I'm just the feeling of this one is aggressiveness. Both coaches, both teams are coming out attacking. You know, usually you have offenses at the beginning of the season. Just take a while to kind of get rolling. And I think the execution by both offensive teams have been good. And it's not that the defenses haven't been playing hard. It's just the execution for the offenses has been really, really good today.
Again, Prairie View A&M taking full advantage of the turnover. That was huge, and that's one of the things. It was in your things not to do there, your keys to the game. And turnovers are always big in a game, and especially when you give it up in your own part of the field, it makes it extremely tough. So Villa Gomez will kick it off to the TSU Tigers. Leary and Charlo are waiting the kick, and now we have a whistle to stop play on the field because where's that wind coming from that blew the ball off the tee?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at the same thing. I mean, that ball just doesn't seem to want to go on that tee. I mean, he's smashed that thing down there or something.
I don't think he put it down all the way because there's not a spot of wind in this stadium tonight.
They're having to hold it, whatever. Maybe it's all wind on the lower bottom or something.
So we'll try that again. 7-7 game with 2 minutes to go here in the first quarter. As Prairie View getting set to kick it back to the Tigers from Texas Southern. It's going to be Leary again on the return, takes it at the 6. Leary with a nice move, misses the tackle. Leary still has some room, trying to get to the sideline. Leary over midfield, and he's finally going to be thrown down. So a great return by Trent Leary, the wide receiver for Texas Southern University, coming back with a big play to give the Tigers some great field position.
Well, that was just great vision. And again, everyone thought at the very end, watch this right here, you think, okay, he's just going to plant and go outside. That little cutback right there, heading back inside, got him another 5 or 6 yards. Good job.
He ran the first one back, fumbled that one, managed to recover it, so he wanted to make up for that. He did in a big way. Puts TSU with the 1st and 10 with great field position and a big stop by the Panthers. What a stop right there. Number 90, Diallo McGee with a big hit and not much going on that play. That was Athian Renfro on the carry, but he didn't have anywhere to go. That's going to be no gain on the play.
Poor McGee, man. The mountain of a man right there saying, you're not coming this way. He had the guard on him. He still threw him around, made the tackle there.
Diallo McGee, 6'1", 305 pounds. He's from St. Louis, but a big play right there by the big fella inside. 2nd down, pass goes off the fingertips. He was trying to hit McGee, and it might have been a little too hard, but McGee had it. He was open, and he would have had some room to run, and he hauled that one in.
I think Starling got a hand on that. He may have and deflected it just a little bit as it came out because he was coming right off that corner there. I think it may have deflected the ball just a tad, Butch.
And McGee is trying to get the play, but he's going to come off the field. Now he's not sure. He's still in the ballgame, so he goes back to the huddle to get the play. A huge 3rd down coming up right here for Texas Southern University. 3rd and 10. KJ Cooper gone all the way at quarterback. Under pressure, steps up. Cooper looking to keep, and he goes down. He's going to pick up about 3 yards, well shy of the first down, but that may have been a smart move right there by the redshirt junior.
And he only got a yard because they put him right where he was getting ready to go down, Butch. And I'll tell you this, we talked about he had a lot of time earlier in this game, and I said the Panthers are going to find a way to dial up some pressure, and that's exactly what they started doing. They started coming off the edges, doing a little mix, a little spin moves coming in off the ends. So they're trying to find a way to get there so he's not so comfortable.
Panthers did a good job on that series, so the Tigers will punt it away. Jeremy Ramirez back to punt it away. He's a preseason all-SWAC selection as he kicks it. And it floats down to around the 11-yard line, and that is where the fair catch is made, and that is where the Panthers will start first and 10 from that position. Jeremiah Aaron made the fair catch, and so now they'll go back on offense after having some success and moving it in for the touchdown.
I tell you, like I said, both these offenses are attacking. And again, this first quarter is almost over, but you've had two offenses really kind of start to impose their will a bit. And it's going to be what defense shows up and makes a play. And again, it was the Panthers defense with that fumble recovery, and their offense turned it into a touchdown, which is why we're even now.
First and 10 at the 13, 15 seconds to go here in the first quarter. And what a first quarter it's been, 7-7. And once again, TSU jumped, no flags. Pass goes deep, and it's an incomplete pass. He had number 10, Jeremiah Aaron, streaking down the sideline, but it goes down as an incomplete pass.
I'll tell you, if Aaron would have just laid the juice from the beginning and didn't have a little pause in there, that could have been 6 right there. He kind of gave a little hitch move to that defender, which was helping open him up, but just a simple straight go route. And that pass would have been right on the money.
Panthers now on second down, but 11 ticks to go here in the first quarter. Peters looking inside, fires inside, and it's almost caught by the second guy. It was tipped up in the air. What a catch that would have been by Ethan John, the big tight end. It comes off of one receiver's hand, goes straight to John, and he almost made the catch.
You can't draw that up. You can't do it. I mean, look at this. The bullet goes flying in there, ricochets right off his hands, and man, he almost makes that catch right there.
Ethan John, the big 6'3", 250-pounder, played last season. So now we have 3rd and 10 for the Panthers. And they give us to Bingman, and Bingman's going to pick up yardage. He crosses the 20 down at about the 22-yard line. And the whistle blows because that takes us to the end of the first quarter. And what a first quarter it was. It's in the books, and TSU and Prairie View all tied at 7 apiece.
At Prairie View A&M University, excellence isn't just a word, it's a way of life. For 147 years, we've been empowering generations of students to carry our rich legacy of distinction with them as they blaze trails and make a difference in communities across the world. Our high-caliber faculty and rigorous academic programs prepare scholars to challenge the status quo and push the boundaries of knowledge. Pioneers emerge here, and changemakers are bred here. Excellence lives here.
At Texas Southern University, we're more than a campus. We're a community driven by purpose and excellence. Here, teamwork and student success are at the heart of everything we do. We are proud to be an independent urban university committed to innovation, diversity, and progress. At TSU, excellence meets opportunity. From 3rd Ward to the world, we are TSU proud.
Hey, grab me one too.
Since 2018, Cricket Wireless has been supporting the journey of HBCU students because HBCUs aren't just schools. They're a place where teammates form lifelong bonds, the kind of bonds that stay with you every step of the way. It's thrown your way. Smile, you're on Cricket.
At Texas, here, teamwork and students are proud to be an independent urban university committed to innovation, diversity, and progress. At TSU, excellence meets opportunity. From Third Ward to the world, we are TSU proud.
This fall, history hits the Strip. It's the first annual Las Vegas HBCU Classic. Saturday, October 25th at the iconic Allegiant Stadium. Grambling State University goes head-to-head with Jackson State University on the football field. But it's more than a game. It's a celebration of HBCU culture and the ultimate Vegas energy all weekend long. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com and be part of history in the making.
We are getting set to start the second quarter here at Shell Energy Stadium between Texas Southern and Prairie View. We're tied at 7. Let's go down to Lauren Robertson. Lauren?
What's up, SWAC TV? We have now entered the second quarter of the ball game between TSU and Prairie View. Late in the first quarter, TSU had a fumble and PV capitalized off of it and scored a touchdown. But beforehand, the crowd was kind of quiet over there, y'all. It seems like it's going to be a back and forth between both teams. Let's see.
Okay, Panthers come back out. They're facing a big fourth down, and we're going to see what they're going to do. The punter is on the field, so that would be Adam Atwell coming out to attempt his second punt of the ball game.
I like the way she said that.
So Atwell, this time line drive kick, and it's going to hit short, and it's hit somebody down there. Panthers jumped on it. I'm not sure if it hit a Panther player or did it hit one of the TSU Tigers. But the Panthers dove on it, and I think he was just down in the football. Let's see. The officials are talking about it. They've got a little discussion going on.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it hit the butt of a Tiger there, and therefore made it a live ball for the Panthers. But they have not ruled on which way the ball is going. The Panthers look like they've got their offense ready. And it looks like the defense for the Tigers. So another big break for the Panthers here.
Let's take another look at that because it must have hit an up back, someone trying to block.
Yep.
By Texas Southern, result of the play recovered by Prairie View.
I think, did it hit his hand, number 11? It may have hit number 11's hand. And then it was ricocheted out and recovered by the Panthers. That's what it looks like.
Dalen Booker was back there, and it could have touched him. It looked like it did. The officials thought it did. So first and 10 for Prairie View A&M as they have the football. Peters on the keeper, and he's going to be wrapped up and dropped in the backfield. A nice stop there by Jason Patterson, number 0 there. He got in the backfield, made a big play.
I talked about the fact that Peters has been doing a good job of really riding that running back through there. This time he rode it, tried to pull it out, but great discipline by the Tigers defense of not going for the fake.
Second down and about 10. Call it no gain on that last play. They put Rockwell in motion. They go back inside, and they're going to pick up nice yardage this time, maybe 3-4 yards on the carry by the Panthers. That is number 26, Brandon Campbell, the 5'10", 205-pounder. And you know what? He's a good mixture of power and speed from what Coach told us.
Yeah, and that's what better combination do you need than that, right?
So third down now for Prairie View. 3rd and 7. And Peters will throw it. He drops off the screen. Got some room on the outside, and he's going to be dropped short of the first down. That is Campbell again. They tried to set up the screen on the outside. It looked like they had something going there for a minute, but he's going to be dropped short of the first down. And right now, the offense is still on the field for Prairie View.
Yeah, what cost him there is he threw it on the outside shoulder instead of the end. So he had to spin around, catch the ball, and then start to move forward. If it would have been to the inside, he'd have been able to burst through and possibly have that first down.
All resting on the 27, 4th and 3, and now we have a timeout, Texas Southern. So they wanted to check out that formation, see what the Panthers were going to do, and while they talk about it, Coach Jackson and company, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back in this 7-7 ball game.
Gatorade has the #1 proven electrolyte blend designed to hydrate better than water. Made to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel. So you can lose more sweat and earn a place in history. With Gatorade. Is it in you?
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Since 2018, Cricket Wireless has been supporting the journey of HBCU students because HBCUs aren't just schools. They're a place where teammates form lifelong bonds, the kind of bonds that stay with you every step of the way. That's why we keep you connected, so you can tackle anything that's thrown your way. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Brighter futures begin here with students and faculty that bring campus projects to life with help from the Home Depot Retool Your School grants. With these grants, HBCUs have built innovative learning lounges, revitalized rec areas, and created peaceful wellness spaces, providing students with areas to learn, relax, and pride. Through their dedication to uplifting their campuses, HBCUs are growing stronger, one grant at a time, one project at a time, one community at a time. Learn more at retoolyourschool.com. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Who are you? I'm you, with more sizzle. When you try Jack Link's Doritos barbecue flavored beef jerky, you unleash the you with more flavor. Also, I rescued your cat. This isn't a cat. Yes, it is. Meet your flavor.
Coach Alcindor and Jorge Vargas with you here at Shell Energy Stadium. We got a 7-7 game with 13:09 to go in the second quarter, and the Tigers are offsides again. Flags all over the place. Peters with a lot of time. Fires into the end zone, took his shot, and it's too long, and it's going to be incomplete. But for the third time tonight, Texas Southern will be guilty of offside unless there was some movement on that offensive line.
Offside, defense, a 5-yard penalty. It is first down.
So no movement, just another offside penalty against the Tigers.
And that Panthers offensive line is playing strong right there. Wow, that's a little bit of movement, at least from what we saw right there. That wasn't a whole lot.
What a smart play by Cameron Peters. He knew exactly what was going on. He knew the Tigers jumped, took his time, took a shot into the end zone. It's worth it. So first down now for the PV Panthers. Peters on the keeper. Going to be picking up yardage there before the Tigers are able to bring him down.
That's a hard three. That's a hard three-way to go, man. If you're a quarterback, 3 or 4 yards. I do like the fact when they follow their running back hit, because your running back becomes a blocker for you. But for the hard way.
2nd and 7 now. Ball around the 18-yard line. Peters fires underneath as this man is going to be tripped up and knocked down. That is Rockwell again on the catch. Transfer in from Sam Houston University.
It's got to be loved, and Rockwell is having an absolute great day. And you mentioned it earlier, great hands. You can tell that ball comes to him. He's got soft hands. He takes it right on in. He was complaining. He thought that was a little bit of a late hit, but no flag there.
That offensive line by the Panthers doing a great job. McMillan, Brown, De Silva, Spencer, and Mawali doing a great job in there protecting Peters. On third down, he pitches it around the corner, and a nice play by the TSU defense. They're going to be shy of the first down. On the carry that time was Brandon Campbell, the big back. He's about 205, 210. And so he is going to be credited with the first down.
Well, that's a good mark there. But, Ocho, number 9, the Panthers wide receiver, great blocking on the outside. I mentioned it earlier. You really love when you've got receivers that'll just stay on a block and make something happen when they're not getting the ball. He did. He engaged that cornerback. He just kept driving. Great block that allowed for that first down.
Great block, and the first contact did not come until he was almost 5 yards down the field.
Yeah.
So they not only were they in good position, but they maintained the blocks and stayed off of them. So it's going to be marked off as a first down. I wonder if they're going to take another look at it just to check out the measurement there. It was pretty close. It was very close over there, and you see Coach Jackson.
Yeah, there's no timeout call. I'm surprised that the teams kind of go to the side here. It's marked the first down. They're going to put it from the line of scrimmage. Let's go.
Yeah, Ivan Daniels blows the whistle there, and we're ready for action. 1st and 10. And they're still talking about it.
They have not put the whistle in for play as of yet, so.
And the give off right there to Brandon Campbell.
Panthers kind of trying to work that inside, not getting what they're wanting. Interesting right here. We'll see what they come up with here. I think they're going to go on a flat route in the corner and drop one in there.
Big 2nd down and 6 to go. You see the big tight end in the game, Keegan Heckerman, who caught the touchdown that tied this ball game up at 7 apiece. So 2nd down now for the Panthers. Cameron Peters has his running back wide open, but he was running all the way, and Peters is going to be taken right down to the 5-yard line. That would have been one of those zone reads where you also have to pass as an option. Brandon Campbell was wide open on the top of the screen.
Well, I thought he was going to run a little bit and then turn and pass at the end. But watch this right here, right there. I thought he was actually going to go ahead and pass it, take it in a little bit, and then kind of do almost like a pitch type thing. But look at the tempo of what the Panthers are doing now versus what they did at the beginning of the game. They were running the line of scrimmage real quick, running a play. Right now they have slowed things down. They have been a little bit more committal and pounding more into the Tigers.
So 3rd down and the give inside, and the Panthers have a touchdown. That is Brandon Campbell, the young man who Coach told us to make sure you keep an eye out for that number 26. He comes into the game, makes a big impact as he takes it in for the touchdown from 6 yards out. A touchdown for Prairie View A&M.
Yeah, the impact, though, is the offensive line. The Panthers' offensive line, I think, has been stellar. Look at the trap right in there, clears it out. He just rides right behind. My coach said he rides behind the big butt, spots the little gap. It just squeezes right in there for the touchdown.
On for the extra point is Aiden Webb. Nice snap, nice hold, and he converts. Drills it, and the Panthers go out in front. 14-7 game. We'll be right back with more at Shell Energy Stadium.
It has the #1 proven electrolyte blend, designed to hydrate better than water. Made to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel, so you can lose more sweat and earn a place in history. Gatorade. Is it in you?
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Since 2018, Cricket Wireless has been supporting the journey of HBCU students because HBCUs aren't just schools. They're a place where teammates form lifelong bonds. The kind of bonds that stay with you every step of the way. That's why we keep you connected, so you can tackle anything that's thrown your way. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Brighter futures begin here with students and faculty that bring campus projects to life with help from the Home Depot Retool Your School grants. With these grants, HBCUs have built innovative learning lounges, revitalized rec areas, and created peaceful wellness spaces, providing students with areas to learn, relax, and thrive. Through their dedication to uplifting their campuses, HBCUs are growing stronger, one grant at a time, one project at a time, one community at a time. Learn more at retoolyourschool.com. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Who are you? I'm you, with more sizzle. When you try Jack Link's Doritos barbecue flavored beef jerky, you unleash the you with more flavor. Also, I rescued your cat. This isn't a cat. Yes, it is. Meet your flavor.
14-7, the Prairie View A&M Panthers have just moved out in front in the 40th. Butch Alcindor here with Jorge Vargas, and we have a special guest in the booth. It's Dr. Charles McClellan. He's the commissioner of the SWAC, and he's here joining us here today.
Royalty.
Say hello right there, Doctor.
We have royalty here, Butch. What you meant to say.
Great to have you back home, and then what a game. I mean, you came back to see a really competitive contest.
Yeah, you know, Texas Southern Prairie View Labor Day Classic is always exciting. New coach, Tremaine Jackson, actually worked for me when I was at athletics, the athletics director at Texas Southern University. Prairie View, a storied team. Texas Southern, up and coming, Chris Dishman, done an excellent job, 5-6, won this game last year, first time I think in 9 years. So this was the game of the week, and here I am.
And what a game it's been. We've seen a lot of offense and a lot of good defense, and now Prairie View is getting set to kick it back to Texas Southern University with 9:11 to go here in the second quarter. Villa Gomez will kick it. And now it goes. Yeah, we keep trying to figure out how the ball is falling off the tee. There's not a drop of wind in this stadium anywhere.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. Those flags are not moving anywhere here. That's the second time that's happened.
Chris, one of the main things we want to ask you about, Dr. McClellan, is the SWAC TV project that's going on right now. It's not a project, it's a reality. And we want to talk about that in just a minute, but let's have the kickoff here after the score. Villa Gomez kicks it deep. And it's going to be Charlo with the ball. He brings it back, has some room around the right side. Kieran Charlo, one man to beat, still on the sideline. Can he make it? 30, 20, and he's going to be knocked down at the 20-yard line. Kieran Charlo with a huge return for the Texas Southern Tigers. So what a big way to answer that score by Prairie View.
That was absolutely huge. And again, watch how he burst through there. And again, he just turns on an extra gear right there when he sees that he thinks he's going. And that little cut right there, but great pursuit by the Prairie View Panthers to stop that from being a touchdown.
Wow. The commissioner walks in the booth, and we almost have a touchdown return here. It doesn't take long. So TSU with the football right now. KJ Cooper lining up at quarterback. And he hands it inside to Renfro. Renfro breaks it, and he's in for the touchdown. And just like that, a one-play drive for the TSU Tigers after that big touchdown. So you brought the action with you, Commissioner.
Hey, that's SWAC football. It's supposed to go both ways. Both teams are tremendously improved. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of both Texas Southern and Prairie View, and it's just going to make for a stronger SWAC.
Athian Renfro on the touchdown run.
That was a no-doubter. I mean, great blocking right there, great execution. And I think that's what I've been seeing in this game incredibly. The execution on both sides of the ball has been absolutely fantastic. And that tells you that the coaching in the offseason, they have done what they want to do today.
Well, from a momentum standpoint, Coach Dishman could not have wanted more than that. To come back right after a touchdown, he got a score. Commissioner, stay with us, please. We got to take another timeout here, but we'll be back with more in just a minute.
Prairie has the #1 proven electrolyte blend designed to hydrate better than water. Made to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel, so you can lose more sweat and earn a place in history. Gatorade. Is it in you?
We are exactly what you think. we are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
The 2025 SWAC football season is almost here, and SWAC TV is set to bring you some of the most anticipated games of the season. Big classics, historic rivalries, and some of the best bands in the land will headline the inaugural slate of 45 football games this fall. Free, live, and on demand on the new and exclusive streaming platform of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. The time is now. SWAC TV is here, building champions for life.
That bring campus projects to life with help from the Home Depot Retool Your School grants. With these grants, HBCUs have built innovative learning lounges, revitalized rec areas, and created peaceful wellness spaces, providing students with areas to learn, relax, and thrive. Through their dedication to uplifting their campuses, HBCUs are growing stronger, one grant at a time, one project at a time, one community at a time. Learn more at retoolyourschool.com. Retool Your School. We're powered by
click on the 35 for 35 link. Once you do that, we'd love to see your pictures or videos
when
of
you
you
try Jack
donating
Link's Doritos
on our
barbecue
social media
flavored beef
platforms.
jerky, you only see
At
you
PVA
with more
and
flavor. Also, I
Panthers.
rescued your cat. This isn't a cat. Yes, it is. Meet your flavor.
SWAC football on SWAC TV is presented by Pepsi, official partner of the Southwestern Athletic Conference, by GM, proud sponsor of the SWAC, by JP Morgan Chase, and by Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket. Nice touchdown run right there by Texas Southern to tie the ball game up at 14 apiece, as Athian Renfro took it in for the touchdown. As I mentioned before, the commissioner is with us, Dr. Charles McClellan. Let's talk a little bit about SWAC TV, because you have 3 games on the air tonight.
Yeah, we started off with Southern at Mississippi Valley State. Broadcast went well. Some few glitches there we had to iron out. Right now on SWAC TV, you have Grambling at Langston. Had some audio problems there with the encoder. We're trying to work through those issues, first night jitters, but hey, shots out the bounce. This one is going well.
This was going really well as the Panthers on the return. They go inside, and he's going to be hit. Spins away, still fighting his way. What a return by number 14, Kellen Stewart. We might ought to mention that Grambling game versus Langston, 42-0 in that game, as we go back to the commissioner. And this is something that I know you've been thinking about for a long time. You know, it's become a reality now, but there's been a lot of planning going, and you and I talked about this a long time ago. You've been thinking that this could be a reality.
Absolutely. 3 years in the making, had to go through some contractual issues with our other television partners. They have been great in working with us, being able to get games back, 45 games on SWAC TV, our ability now to be able to go out and sell commercial inventory, and now we get an opportunity to dictate what our value is, not someone else, and that's the beauty. Southwestern Athletic Conference, we had 42 million minutes watched last year on our digital platforms. We'll be able to shift all of that over to SWAC TV.
That was Chase Bingman on the carry there. Going to pick up about 3 or 4 inside. But it's also now that you've got more eyeballs probably than ever on the SWAC right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We've gone national. I can say being on the basketball committee helped some. It gave us that national visibility. Our chairman of the board, Dr. Quentin Ross, he's on the Division I board. He's also on the finance committee. That $1.5 billion he votes on. So we're integrated within the NCAA structure. That credibility is there based upon the wonderful talent we have in presidents and athletic directors.
Cameron Peters on the reverse, flips it back to Jeremiah Aaron. He's going to be close to the sticks, maybe marked a little bit short. Looks like he's a yard short there.
And I would say, isn't what helps the SWAC too is the way you're competing now. I mean, I think people are able to see, wow, the competition level is a lot different than people who may not have paid attention. Now they get to see and say, oh man, look at this.
Yeah, absolutely. You have dynamic leaders like Vice President Ashley Robinson at Jackson State that takes the bull by his horn. He's on the rules committee for the NCAA, right? So when you start having those types of smart individuals, Jason Cable, he's on the overall board that does all of the approving of everything that goes through the NCAA before it gets to the D1 board. So when you have those smart individuals that are invested, and when you have the large crowds, 48 now of the last 49 years FCS we've led in attendance, 42 million minutes watched. Eyeballs are on us nationally, recognized. The Southwestern Athletic Conference, we're taking off.
It doesn't allow your alumni to be more involved. I think that's what I've seen, is that alumni feels more part back in, right? They can buy back in because they get to see.
Absolutely, and this is one of the easiest ways in order for you to give back to your institutions. The more people that watch SWAC TV, the more commercials we can sell. All of that revenue goes back to the schools, and that's the beauty of SWAC TV. Again, we looked at what the SEC did early on, talked to Commissioner Sankey a little bit, talked to Keith Gill, the commissioner of the Sun Belt, kind of merged what they did, and we put this package together along with our ESPN partner and Alameda. You're going to be able to see every SWAC football game. I think it's 72 this year that you're going to be able to see on national TV, prime time, high definition. That's what SWAC is all about, and I'm very excited.
Well, we're excited to be a part of it. I can tell you, I know I am.
And that's great to show up the product nationwide. Panthers now with the ball, picked up a couple of first downs. Second down here, 2nd and 10 for Peters. He's going to keep it again. Peters is going to be close to the sticks again. Again, about a yard short. But Prairie View A&M doing a good job of mixing in the run and the pass in this one. And let's talk a little bit about it, because not on SWAC TV, we're going to carry this into basketball season also.
We're going to carry it into basketball. We're going to carry it in baseball. We're going to have track. So there are some 2,200 athletic events, and we're going to give everybody an opportunity to shine on SWAC TV.
That's Rodney Ojo making the catch from Peters, and it's another first down for the Panthers. And also, you look at the coaches, and, you know, I know it started way back with Deion Sanders a few years ago, but now you have at Alabama State, you have Eddie Robinson. You know, you have Chris Dishman over here at Texas Southern. And not that these jobs weren't sought after before, but they're really sought after now.
Yeah, and, you know, the new addition, Sam Shade at Alabama A&M. You know, this is a league where now you can come and you can grow. We used to be known as a league that you come and you kind of stay. You still want them to stay, but if you want to go up to FBS, if you want to go to pro, that opportunity to see KJ Black last night at the gala, played quarterback for Prairie View, coach with Willie Simmons, moved there, with Frazier, then Willie Simmons at FAMU. Now he's with the Atlanta Falcons, right? That's what the Southwestern Athletic Conference is all about. You even look at basketball. We had several of our coaches to move up to power conferences. So, hey, we're rolling right now, Butch.
You're rolling, and so are the Prairie View A&M Panthers. They have it second down, the ball second down on the 11-yard line as they are threatening again. Bingman in the backfield to the right of Peters. Peters looking that way. Now he's going to be hit from behind, and he's going to be knocked down. A big rush by Garfield Lawrence, putting the pressure on Peters in the backfield and knocked him down. Anything other thing you got going on that's interesting? Well, first, everything you do is interesting. We already know that.
Well, I think the biggest thing that we're concentrating on now is making sure that our name, image, and likeness and our ability to share revenue with the student athletes are going well. We have, of our 12 institutions, I know of 10 right now that are actively sharing revenue. You know, our players are going to be able to create their own value. This is a conference that you can come, get your scholarship, get an education, and also get some dollars in your pocket. So between SWAC TV, the SCORE Act, trying to make sure that we protect our student athletes the right way and to be able to give them those resources that they need in order to be successful, that keeps our hands full.
Well, Commissioner McClellan, thank you very much for coming in and visiting with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to take a timeout. 14-14 game. We'll be right back.
Prairie has the #1 proven electrolyte blend, designed to hydrate better than water. Made to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel.
It's Tremaine Jackson, your head football coach. We need you to join our 35 for 35 campaign. We're trying to raise $350,000 by the first game of the season. All you have to do is go to our website, tvpanthers.com, and click on the 35 for 35 link. Once you do that, we'd love to see your pictures or videos of you donating on our social media platforms at PVAMU Panthers.
Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors.
PV Nation is your athletic director, Anton Ball. We've got a new initiative for our football team, 35 for 35. As you know, we just hired Coach Jackson as our 35th head football coach. In honor of that hiring, we are doing a $350,000 campaign. We're asking everybody to donate $35 or more to the Football Excellence Fund. How you do this? Go to pvpanthers.com, donate. And one last thing, once you donate, take a picture, post it on our social media platforms, because the donations and the support you give us will take us to the next level. Thank you, and go Panthers.
With these grants, HBCUs have built innovative learning lounges, revitalized rec areas, and created peaceful wellness spaces, providing students with areas to learn, relax, and pride. Through their dedication to uplifting their campuses, HBCUs are growing stronger, one grant at a time, one project at a time, one community at a time. Learn more at retoolyourschool.com. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Who are you? I'm you, with more sizzle. When you try Jack Link's Doritos barbecue flavored beef jerky, you unleash the you with more flavor. Also, I rescued your cat. This isn't a cat. Yes, it is. Meet your flavor.
And if you think that halftime performance by Prairie View and Texas Southern was something, stick around for the halftime. We got the two bands. That's always going to be exciting. But right now, we pick up the Panthers with a third down, looking for 6-7 yards. It's an incomplete pass. It was almost caught. He would have been shy of the first down, but a good defensive play over there by Texas Southern University. That is Justice Hugo making a big play for the Tigers.
Yeah, Tigers just bowing up right here. Ken Peters, I know, wishes that ball was caught right there. They could change this play right here, but they're going to go for the field goal.
He was trying to hit Ocho, and he had the ball in his hands. Couldn't quite get it, so now we're going to have our first field goal attempt of the night. $27-yard attempt is on the way, and it's no good. So that is a big miss right there by number 47, Aiden Webb, mixing his first collegiate field goal attempt there. The freshman.
It was close, to be honest with you. As it was going up, I thought, okay, he got that. And nope, just kept sailing.
I'm sure that young man had a few jitters out there for that kick.
They sure did, I'll tell you. But Tigers defense, credit them, because honestly, the Panthers offense was very fluid marching down that field towards changing this game here.
And you see Coach Jackson there. Let's talk a little bit about Coach Dishman. We haven't had a chance to talk much about Coach Chris Dishman in his second season at Texas Southern University. Did a great job. He opened with a bang with a big win over Prairie View A&M in the Labor Day Classic last year. And now his team has the football, and they're going to work. That is Renfro on the carry. He's going to be caught and dropped for a loss on the play.
Yeah, when I think of
there is a flag down.
Yeah, when I think of Coach Dishman, though, it's intensity. I mean, just from his look, from his stature, his appearance, he's just,
Personal foul, face mask, number 4. It's a 15-yard penalty, first down.
Traver Randall guilty of the face mask.
That's a tough one. But back to Dishman a little bit. But let's look at this replay here real quick. Let's see what we see here. Yeah, he's holding the jersey. There's no face mask at all right there. I guess you could call it a horse collar, but I don't think that's a traditional horse collar either. He didn't have his hand inside there, so that's a good one for the Tigers to get that call on that play.
Charlo motioning, now he's set. Cooper hands to Renfro. Renfro breaks the tackle and he stumbles out to the 40-yard line, but he was that close to breaking that one and taking it to the house.
And it was the hit that just turned his body enough where he didn't have the balance he needed, because it did. That turned him a lot. And again, I'll tell you, you got to have some strong knees when your body lands like that, and it wasn't meant to go that way. So he turned his trajectory a bunch right there.
So second down coming up for the TSU Tigers. We're in a 14-14 game if you're just joining us. 3:44 to go here in the second quarter. We were like an hour and a half late. We had a weather delay. And then now on second down, Cooper looking to throw it. Under pressure, fires a strike, and it's incomplete. It goes off the hands of Leary. He almost pulled that one in for a great catch right there. That would have been a big pickup for the Tigers.
Yeah, Cameron DeMayo was breathing down his neck as he was coming at him, and he caught that ball. Watch. That ball gets there, and there comes a hammer right about there. He could smell him coming, and he hits him as he tries to get back on that ball, but couldn't quite corral it in. But good blocking and a good pocket for the quarterback there, KJ.
Big third day quarterback. We mentioned last year he led the Tigers as we have a timeout called by Texas Southern. He led TSU to that victory over Prairie View in the Labor Day Classic last year. His first game starting, and then he got injured. And unfortunately for him and the Tigers, he missed the rest of the season. Reed defense. He's and Reed defense.
That time off, you get to sit with your coaches, and certainly he got time to sit with Coach Dishman and pick his brain. Dishman was such a great cornerback in the NFL. You don't think he can sit there and talk to a quarterback and let him know the tricks he does and what he's looking for and the kind of demeanor he's looking for out of a quarterback? Because just like I said, you just watch him right there. It's a quiet intensity he has about it.
He's in his second season, and we mentioned he won the Labor Day Classic last year. Of course, he's finished the year out, you told me this, with 2 straight wins.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and what kind of momentum you have going into the next year. Confidence is not something the man lacks at all, and it breeds amongst his team. That's the culture he breeds inside of that team.
3rd and 5. Pass comes out. It is complete. That is 84, Rorion Richardson, and he's going to have a first down for the Tigers as the sticks will move. We're down to 3:25 to go here in the half.
Yeah, Richardson went back into traffic because he knew that was the easiest way to make sure he got the first down, and he got it.
Cooper with a pitch to Renfro. Renfro, and that's a big hit near the sideline there as Renfro is knocked out of bounds by Eric Zachary. But that was a smack on both parts. I don't know who got the worst of that hit.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Zachary stands strong. He only says right here he's only 170 pounds. That was more like a 210-pound hit. Because neither one of them moved. That was a rock hitting rock.
Yeah, Chris Dishman has done a great job. The Tigers finished last year at 5-6, and they lost their starting quarterback in the first game. So that could have been a completely different outcome. 2nd down now for TSU. Renfro again, and he's caught and dropped in the backfield. 92, Malik Mason, and that's a young man we're going to talk about. There is a flag down. Mason made a great play right there.
I think you're going to see holding on number 77 for the TSU Tigers. He basically tackled Starling. And Starling was coming in on the blitz.
Ivan Daniels.
And he's trying to figure out if he wants to accept it or not.
Holding. Offense. That's a 10-yard penalty. It's the 2nd down.
So the holding penalty goes against Dishman, but the guy that made the play on that last play was Malik Mason. And we had a telephone call this week, about a Zoom call, with the head coach of the Prairie View Panthers, Tremaine Jackson, and he really loves that guy. Says he's doing a great job. And this is Cooper under pressure. Has to scramble, fires, and it's going to be an incomplete pass. But just to put a bow on it, yeah, Tremaine Jackson talked a lot about Malik Mason. He said he was a great surprise. The guy was balling out in camp. You know, they had some new linemen they were counting on, and he was one of them that was really stepping up and doing a great job.
Yeah, you know, coaches get fired up when your big guys are aggressive and make something happen. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Like right there, Dennis Jones, number 72, the offensive tackle for the Tigers. What a block right there. You talk about staying with a block and just never letting up, and that was absolutely a fantastic block right there. Tigers having a hard time getting the call in, and they're going to call a timeout.
Another timeout taken by TSU as we close down to the 2:35 mark. Did you know Coach Dishman's been coaching since 2005? He
told me that in the presser, and I forgot. He's like, because I said, well, how do you like being here? And he's like, hey, I've earned all this because I've been coaching for a long time. And he basically spit out the resume, and I literally went, wow, I just didn't realize they've been doing so much for so long.
It's like the World Football League, the NFL, the Canadian Football League, the USFL, and several jobs on the college level.
And that's a guy who wants to coach. And he said, I love to teach. I like to be in there in the grind. And you know what I told him? I said, look, as a player, I love watching you because you grinded. That's what he was. And he was such a big, tall cornerback. He was like the first of his kind. You know, that now you got some big cornerbacks, and even none as big as him, but he could certainly play. Oh, that's funny. She's doing her makeup from her phone right there. That's taking care of your lady.
It is. Third down for the Tigers, and the dump off to the big tight end. He tries to get around the outside, but it doesn't happen. Cordell Rogers is going to be taken down. He's going to be well shy of that first down, so we'll see what Chris Dishman decides to do in this situation. Looks like they are sending the punting unit onto the football field.
Joseph Alcala with the big hit here at the end. His helmet comes flying off. We'll see. Yeah, he kind of came back there, gave him a little bit of the business on the way up, but I think he was just congratulating him.
Well, the Tayshawn Wilson, and I tell you what, I wouldn't have wanted to be him had they called him for taunting, because you know what Coach Jackson has said about that stuff. He's pretty straightforward about that. Doesn't want to see it.
Yeah, you know, one thing that's struck. We'll get to that in a minute.
A 2-minute timeout right now. We're going to pause for a timeout. We have a 14-14 game here at Shell Energy Stadium.
The 2025 SWAC football season is almost here, and SWAC TV is set to bring you some of the most anticipated games of the season. Big classics, historic rivalries, and some of the best bands in the land will headline the inaugural slate of 45 football games this fall. Free, live, and on demand on the new and exclusive streaming platform of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. The time is now. SWAC TV is here, building champions for life.
Since 2018, Cricket Wireless has been supporting the journey of HBCU students, because HBCUs aren't just schools. They're a place where teammates form lifelong bonds, the kind of bonds that stay with you every step of the way. That's why we keep you connected, so you can tackle anything that's thrown your way. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Brighter futures begin here with students and faculty that bring campus projects to life with help from the Home Depot Retool Your School grants. With these grants, HBCUs have built innovative learning lounges, revitalized rec areas, and created peaceful wellness spaces, providing students with areas to learn, relax, and pride. Through their dedication to uplifting their campuses, HBCUs are one community at a time. Learn more at retoolyourschool.com. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Who are you? I'm you, with more sizzle. When you try Jack Link's Doritos barbecue flavored beef jerky, you only see you with more flavor. Also, I rescued your cat. This is the cat.
Coach Chris Dishman and his Texas Southern Tigers locked in a 14-14 game with Prairie View A&M in the annual Labor Day Classic. You know, we had a pretty good game last year, and so far tonight, man, you can't complain. You know, we got delayed for an hour and a half. Nobody likes that. No. But it did not affect these guys coming out and playing hard tonight.
100%. It's the execution level on both sides of the ball has been absolutely fantastic.
So the Tigers will punt it away, and a little pressure on the punter as Ramirez hits it deep, and it's going to be good coverage by the TSU Tigers. They did a great job of getting down there to get Jeremy Aaron and take him to the turf.
I will tell you this, Jeremy Aaron is a strong man to be able to take that ball and survive. Just to catch that ball, you got to have some courage is how I look at it.
You got a minute and 49 seconds to go here in the half. How do you approach this drive, Coach?
I think the first thing you do is you just be methodical about it. You take some short shots, see if you get something rolling. The thing about the offense, when it's been moving at a nice little clip. You know, you get first downs, the clock stops on you, so don't freak out right now. I think you just run your plays, try to get your first down, see where you are in the first 4 or 5 plays, and then you know what you're doing.
Peters with an empty backfield, looking to throw the football. Fires, has a man open in the seam, and it's caught again by Rockwell. And what a first half. He's having a big gain and a first down for the Panthers.
I meant to say you throw it to Rockwell on the very first play on the seam route, and that's how you get back into things real quick.
Josiah Rockwell, and now the Tigers have the ball over midfield. Stepping up in the pocket is Peters. The Panthers have the ball over midfield. Peters was under pressure. He threw it, threw it away, and it's an incomplete pass.
That was actually really smart about throwing it to the feet of your running back there. Just stopping the play. That way you don't have to worry about the clock going. Reset yourself up on second down. But Rockwell has had an amazing, amazing first half.
You know, we touched on it before, but what a great first half Christopher Buckner has had calling plays for the Panthers. He's done a good job of getting the football to his playmakers.
Like I said earlier, it was fluid. I mean, the offense has been real fluid, not predictable, and the execution level has been fantastic.
Panthers go back to the run. That's going to be a gain of 5, maybe 6 yards inside by Bingman. Chase Bingman on the carry. He's the redshirt freshman from Terrell, Texas. Dynamic player. Everybody that talks to him, you know he's the guy they circle on the scouting report. Keep your eye on number 20 because he can break it. Third down now for the Panthers and Peters. Pocket collapses, and it's an incomplete pass, but great pressure on the play by Juice Thompson. Got back there to put the heat on the quarterback, DeMarcus Thompson.
He brought more than the juice on this one. Watch him go. Great move on that offensive lineman, and then just goes right in his face.
Yeah, Jason Patterson also in the backfield with the Tigers, just coming up with some great pressure on that third down play. And now you can see Coach Jackson thinking about it with 1:05 to go as he calls Peters over to the sideline.
Yeah, I don't think the Tigers have any timeouts left, so they got to let this thing just roll out. Although the clock stopped, so it's not really helping them run down to 0 here.
Well, it's an interesting decision because you're faced with a 4th and 5, maybe 6 yards to go for the first down there.
Well, you don't want to give the Tigers any type of field position, I think, here. I think that's if you don't make it, you give the Tigers all of a sudden they've got a minute and 5 to come up with a big play and score. So I think here the smart move. I think this is the smart move. You go ahead and punt. Now again, your punt team better bring it because we also know that Leary has got some steam on his return.
Adam Atwell to kick it away. No pressure this time. Gets it high. Fair catch called for and made right at the 10-yard line by Leary. So that is where the TSU Tigers will start. They will take over possession with 59 seconds to go. So I'm going to take that same question I asked you and just reverse it for the TSU Tigers. How aggressive will Chris Dishman be with 59 seconds to go into this game?
Yeah, I think they're going to run something real safe and simple. See if they can break something, probably a runoff tackle, maybe something wide. I don't think they're going to take any risks in the air.
Our producer Brian Duvall just said he saw him take off the headset, so that's a sign that they aren't going to try to do too much. If Chris took off the headsets, and he's waiting. You can see they're in the victory formation there. It takes a knee to run the clock.
So you know the command was given. Let's take a knee. Let's go.
And so we're going to head to the half in a 14-14 ball game.
Yeah, don't take 2 knees and then call it a day.
I don't know about you, but I am somewhat surprised at how well this first half has gone, considering we had the delay and how long it took.
Well, in first game of the season, right? I mean, you got both teams with over 40 new players in their programs. To watch how they both come together so well and played so well. I've mentioned it at least a ton of times on the execution level on both sides of the offense. Offense usually takes a while to get the execution level up. And again, they have been all over it. So it has been really special to watch both teams play. And then again, defensively, even though the offense has had some success, I still think both defenses have played. You haven't seen major collapses in what's going on, Coach.
Coach Chris Dishman in his second season with Texas Southern University as he tries to get his team into the locker room at halftime. It's interesting, they kind of have to delay it a little bit because you can't have both teams kind of squeeze through that tunnel at the same time.
Well, I think it's smart. I think you let the visitors go in, you let them, then you take your team in. There's no need for any kind of, you can just create animosity. There's no need to do that. You put your team together and you go in as a team, as a unit, you let the visitors go in, and then you go in yourselves.
And there you see right on the back of the vest there, that is Tremaine Jackson. What does it say on the back of that dress? The vest. D-O-G. And he wants that dog mentality. He talks a lot about that.
I'm surprised it's not the D-O-double-G. the big dog. I tell you, I enjoyed our conversation with him. He's a dynamic individual. He's old school coach, and he's about his business. Be about it is what they're about, what he teaches his players. And I like the fact he says stuff like, hey, I'm going to make sure I'm not, it may not be fair as you think, but I'm just, right? I will take care and be just in how I treat every player. I like that.
Let's head to break. We have a 14-14 game here at Shell Energy Stadium, but don't forget, you got to come back at halftime. The Battle of the Bands, it is always entertaining to watch. We'll be right back. Marching storm from Prairie. From Prairie View A&M, we'll be right back with more. It's a 14-14 game. We'll be right back.
Hey, grab me one too.
At Prairie View A&M University, excellence isn't just a word, it's a way of life. For 147 years, we've been empowering generations of students to carry our rich legacy of distinction with them as they blaze trails and make a difference in communities across the world. Our high-caliber faculty and rigorous academic programs prepare scholars to challenge the status quo and push the boundaries of knowledge. Pioneers emerge here, and change makers are bred here. Excellence lives here.
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Brighter futures begin here with students and faculty that bring campus projects to life with help from the Home Depot Retool Your School grants. With these grants, HBCUs have built innovative learning lounges, revitalized rec areas, and created peaceful wellness spaces, providing students with areas to learn, relax, and thrive. Through their dedication to uplifting their campuses, HBCUs are growing stronger, one grant at a time, one project at a time, one community at a time. Learn more at retoolyourschool.com. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Ooh. There's no I in team, but there is an M, an E, an A, and a T.
The SWAC, the premier athletic conference in the nation. A collection of schools rich in tradition, pride, and pedigree. Sacrifice, winning, Allegiance. Champions. We are the SWAC. Building champions for life. The 2025 SWAC football season is almost here, and SWAC TV is set to bring you some of the most anticipated games of the season. Big classics, historic rivalries, and some of the best bands in the land will headline the inaugural slate of 45 football games this fall. Free, live, and on demand on the new and exclusive streaming platform of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. The time is now. SWAC TV is here, building champions for life.
Scores brought to you tonight by Pepsi. First off, Jackson State, no problems with Hampton, 28-7. Then you look at Alabama A&M. They went over to Arkansas. That didn't work out too good for the conference, 52-7. And at the bottom there, Texas Tech 47, Arkansas Pine Bluff 0, but they are in a delay. Elsewhere, Florida A&M lost a heartbreaker there, Howard, 10-9.
That one hurt.
And how about Southern locked in a battle right there with Mississippi Valley State, but they pulled it out. The Jaguars went on to win it 34-29. And how about that last one with 7 minutes to go?
The season, we had some great SWAC action across the league.
Yeah, let's see what's coming up next week.
Here we go, upcoming schedule, Grambling State and Ohio State. Woo! That's going to be a rough one there. Jackson State and Southern Miss. You have Texas Southern at California, Florida A&M and Florida Atlantic. That should be a real good one, in-state rivalry there. Arkansas Pine Bluff taking on Central Arkansas. Alabama State at Southern. That'll be a good one. And then the Prairie A&M right here, they'll be taking on UT Rio Grande Valley. And then Mississippi Valley State at Arlington State. So some good ones on, a couple of inter rivalries, and then you got some other big games as well. And then at 6 o'clock, Alcorn State at Alabama A&M. That'll be a good one. And Bethune-Cookman at Miami, staying in Florida once again.
The upcoming schedule brought to you by Pepsi. And then the news and notes, the Andrew Roberts segment brought to you by GM. SWAC announces the 2025 preseason volleyball honors. That's always impressive to see. And how about this? The SWAC also announced the creation of SWAC TV. That's what we're streaming live on tonight.
How about that right there?
SWAC TV, an executive streaming platform that will deliver user league athletics content across all 18 conferences, sponsored by sports.
And that allows all the alumni we talked about that you're able to you're able to be part of your conference.
Coming up next, the Ocean of Stole. So stick around. We'll be right back.
At Prairie View A&M University, excellence isn't just a word. It's a way of life. For 147 years, we've been empowering generations of students to carry our rich legacy of distinction with them as they blaze trails and make a difference in communities across the world. Our high-caliber faculty and rigorous academic programs prepare scholars to challenge the status quo and push the boundaries of knowledge. Pioneers emerge here, and changemakers are bred here. Excellence lives here.
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Brighter futures begin here with students and faculty that bring campus projects to life with help from the Home Depot Retool Your School grants. With these grants, HBCUs have built innovative learning lounges, revitalized rec areas, and created peaceful wellness and pride. Through their dedication to one project at a time, one community at a time. Learn Retool your school. We're powered by Purpose.
There's no I in team, but there is an M, an E, an A, and a T.
The SWAC, Athletic Conference in the Nation. A collection of schools in tradition, pride, and pedigree. Champions. Building champions for life.
No I in team, but there is an M, an E, an A, E.
More half time.
The ocean of
We got a tiger and a panther on the field? No! Y'all know how it go down. Anytime you got a tiger and a panther, it's going down. If you love being a Texas Southern University Tiger, let me hear you scream! They think it's all peaceful, y'all. Come on, PB. It's all Texas love. We all on the same page. Look at it. Come on, y'all. Look at it. Camaraderie. Yeah! None of that. We ain't friends. We ain't partners. Hey, y'all see PB got a full moon out tonight. Everybody want to talk about the band. They want to talk about Texas Southern University. What I need them to understand is, all we know, everything's going to be all right. People keep talking. They can say what they like. But I got a big question. Man, who here want to go to PV? No one at all. You never want to be a tiny and like let me say, no one, no one, no one. Give it up. Come on, TFU Tigers. Yeah, y'all give them some other numbers over there. TFU 29, where you at? If you never want to go beat WB, give it up for the Ocean of Soul, everybody. We like our team in front of our head.
The service under the direction of Mr. Brandon Simmons, Associate Director of Bands, Dr. Bob Coliseum, Assistant Director Mr. Clinton Hudson, and Mr. Antonio Alexander Support.
We'll be right back with the second half kickoff in just a minute.
Hey, grab me one too.
Welcome back, everyone. Butch Alcindor and Jorge Vargas, and we're just about set to get our second half of action underway. We're getting ready to kick it off in the third quarter, and what an outstanding first half we saw. We are locked in a 14-14 tie in the 40th annual Labor Day Classic. My friend, give me some of your thoughts on the first half.
Well, you know, I kept saying it, execution, and really that just tells me what kind of coaching both teams have had. They got 40 and 70 new players basically on the different teams. That's a lot of different people coming into your program in the offseason, right? Be able to grab them, get them on game, on plan, and then execute so well in your very first game in an hour and a half delay. That tells me a lot about the coaching that's going on both teams, because I think it's been a really well-played game and really not a whole lot of penalties.
That's an excellent point. More than 70 new players at Prairie View, more than 44 new players at Texas Southern. Let's take a look at how we got to that 14-14 score. First half action you're watching here on SWAC TV, and you see right away that is KJ Cooper on the keeper, 8 yards for a touchdown, and that put Texas Southern out in front. And Texas Southern had a big play there, but then the fumble by Davion Ford would set the Panthers up for this. Cameron Peters fires to the back of the end zone. He has his big tight end. That's Ackerman for the touchdown, and it was a beautiful play there. Then another turnover by the Tigers. It would hit the blocking back on the punt. That would set up Prairie View in close, and number 26, Brandon Campbell, took it in for a touchdown. And then watch this big return coming up right here by the TSU Tigers. That is Trent Leary down the sideline. They took it all the way back, close to 80 yards on the play, and then right there, the big back Renfro takes it in for the touchdown. And that is where we are. 14-14 game. As you see the time, we might ought to mention that we had the delay, so we were but so we've mentioned this a couple of times. It did not seem to affect the team. Sometimes you come out sluggish after something like that. It didn't happen tonight.
Yeah, and especially with a new team basically coming out. And the first game of the season, I mean, first game of seasons are usually sloppy to begin with. I mean, they just are. And this is not. And again, by both teams, it's not. The intensity has been fantastic from the very start of the game. And again, it's been a great one. And we haven't mentioned the crowds a whole lot. You know, despite thunderous rains rolling in here and starting late, we have a great crowd in here. Lots of energy rolling in. So it's been a great classic, one of the better ones in quite some time.
And Jeremy Ramirez is getting set to get the second half underway. I mentioned a 14-14 game, and Prairie View will get the ball to start the third quarter, and it goes down, and it's going to come down to number 14, Kellen Stewart on the return. Stewart behind some great blocking. He's in the open field. He had one man to beat, and that was Ramirez, the punter, but he did just enough to slow him down until he got some help from his friends. Let's take another look at that.
Yeah, great blocking out here in the front. And then what I like at the end, once he realizes there's not a lot there, boom, put my head down, I'm going to go straight through, get every yard I can. And again, he had to go through 2 or 3 guys. Great execution. Again, this is on special teams.
What do you think Tremaine Jackson told his team at the half?
He said keep it up. I mean, I think what he said is keep it up. I think they're going to find a way to dial in some more defensive pressure. I do think that's something they're looking for. When their offense has been flowing, I think their offenses look really, really good.
So Prairie View get the first bite out of this apple to start the second half, and they go to the running game, which has been good, and that is Bingman. He breaks it right up the middle for 15 yards and a first down for the Panthers.
And again, offensive line had gone out there. Look at this hole. Watch this little trap action inside, then he cuts off to goes left, right, and then back outside. Nice job.
Miller on the stop, and they go back to the running game, and it's Bingman again. This time he's only going to get about 3.
But they're running some misdirection in that backfield, confusing the Tigers, making them commit. And I think they're just keeping that action going, and then every once in a while they flow with it. So, for the Tigers, they just got to stay disciplined, play your gap. Don't start guessing. You guess too much, you're going to create huge gaps.
Dylan Pullen on the stop for the TSU Tigers. So to bring up second down, he only was credited with the yard on that last play. Pressure now on Peters. Flag goes down in that area where they usually call holding. Catch is made. A nice catch there by Tristan Golightly, but he may have pushed off in the end zone.
They threw no flag, but I thought he pushed off there for sure. But there's a flag in the backfield for the Panthers.
And that one goes down.
Offense number 75. 10-yard penalty. It is second down.
Ivan Daniels on the call, and that's going to go. It was right in that area where we thought it might be holding.
Yeah, and again, the Tigers are lucky that was called there because they weren't calling there. The hold right there. He grabs him from the outside and basically tackles him. And again, they did not call that flag on push off for the receiver. So the Tigers are lucky that the holding was called for the Panthers.
So second down coming up for Prairie View. Peters started the second half at quarterback. Pulls it out, he's going to throw it, fires near the sideline. Good coverage over there by the Tigers. That is Edric Whitley coming up with a nice play because he did that zone read, pulled the ball out. You couldn't tell whether he was going to run it or pass it, and he threw it out there, but the Tigers were not fooled as Whitley came up and made a nice play there.
You know, I talked about discipline a minute ago. Whitley showed about as much as you could possibly show right there because I thought for sure Peters was running. And he didn't. He pulled it back out and threw it, and great coverage there. Stay with it for Whitley.
Third down and long. Call it 3rd and 8 coming up for the Panthers. First drive of the second half. If you're just joining us, we're locked in a 14-14 game. Peters to throw. 3rd and 15. He dumps it off, and a nice move there, but a flag goes down. That was Campbell again. Campbell had some really nice runs and a touchdown in the first half, but this one may be coming back also.
Yeah, I think you like a power block by your lineman getting out front, but they can't grab guys and pull them back.
Holding. Offense number 74. That penalty is declined. 4.
Ty Brown called for the hold. Well, it won't cost them, but they didn't get a first down there, so I will tell you this, 74 was arguing that it wasn't me, but it really don't matter at this point. There's number 5. Yeah, 5's got the block in the back. 74, he just did a great block, actually.
Well, you're telling me there were multiple holdings on the play, so they had their pick. And Coach Jackson doesn't like it. You see him shaking his head right there.
Yeah, he's like, that was a great block. What are you talking about? Yeah, I think 74, that wound up just being a good block.
So Atwell's kick is high and into the end zone, and that's going to be a touchback. So with 12:02 to go, we're tied 14-14. We'll be back with more in just a minute.
Hey, grab me 1, 2.
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
The 2025 SWAC football season is almost here, and SWAC TV is set to bring you some of the most anticipated games of the season. Big classics, historic rivalries, and some of the best bands in the land will headline the inaugural slate of 45 football games this fall. Free, live, and on demand on the new and exclusive streaming platform of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. The time is now. SWAC TV is here, building champions for life.
Innovation, diversity, and progress. At TSU, excellence meets opportunity. From Third Ward to the world, we are TSU proud.
There's no I in team, but there is an M, an E, an A, and a T.
Welcome back, everyone. That is TSU head coach Chris Dishman on the sideline as his team gets to go on offense for the first time in a 14-14 game. KJ Cooper at quarterback turns and he hands, and a couple of yards inside right there by Renfro as he takes it up the middle. And once again, we're joined by a special guest in the booth. A lot of you TSU fans will recognize this guy. His name is Mr. Don Norcease. Let me look right there. Say hi to Mom and everybody else there.
Hey, what's going on?
He went in the TSU Hall of Fame last year,
yeah.
But you also had your number retired here. You're in the Canadian Football Hall of Fame. Right. You're in the Texas Southern Hall of Fame. So we'll get
on him, man. Get some of that Texas Southern Hall of Fame. Put some respect on my name, man. That's right, man. Give me some of that.
Oh, so Tigers on 2nd and 8. KJ Cooper looking deep, some contact, and there is a flag down behind the play. He was trying to hit Leary, streaking up the sideline. There was a little contact. I wasn't sure they were going to drop the flag, but here comes the flag, and now the officials are going to talk about it. Let's see.
I think when they had that double grab is when they finally threw it, because he was getting ready to get away, and they kind of gave him a little extra tug, which slowed him down. I think that's a good flag.
Pass interference.
Yeah.
Defense, number 12, 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
Let's take a look at this right here. I don't know if you can see, but right there, he kind of grabs that jersey, pulls it back. He can't get there, and he actually got it before that. I thought the one before that's what slowed him down and didn't let him get the separation he wanted to.
Good way to stretch the field. So Cooper showing off that arm, and it's a first down for the Texas Southern Tigers. So 1st and 10, ball at the 36. He gives it Renfro again, and Renfro with some tough running inside picks up about 6. Don, tell me about this Labor Day Classic. Was it called the Labor Day Classic during your day?
Yes.
Okay. So just know what this rivalry is like.
Oh man, it was unbelievable, dog. And this is the game you want to win. This is the one that you want to win. It starts you off from the season and get you going and stuff like that. But we always wanted to beat Prairie.
Well, and it's so funny how players on both sides of this rivalry, it's an intense rivalry, but you have so much respect for each other.
You do, yeah. We definitely do.
After the game.
Yeah.
So whistle blows there with 2nd down is going to be illegal procedure against the Tigers, which is how good is it?
Number 1, a 5-yard penalty.
To be back on campus. Tonight is a blackout night here on campus. Everybody's excited. Just tell us a little bit about
I'll tell you what, man, it's unbelievable. You know, for me, I'm from Port Arthur, Texas. I had one scholarship, which is Texas Southern University. So I am very blessed to be where I'm at today. So, man, it's a blessing just to be here.
What, Lincoln or what?
Yeah, going to Port Arthur, Lincoln.
Okay.
Yeah. You know it.
Yeah. I worked at KBMT Channel 12 over there for a little while.
Oh, good stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, 2nd and long for KJ Cooper. Pressure. He gets away, still on his feet, and he does a good job of throwing that one away. How about that? Just a good job by Cooper to let that one go. Tell us a little bit about the Canadian Football League, because you go up to you had a great, career at Texas Southern University. You make the Hall of Fame, and then you go to the Canadian Football League, and you end up being in the Hall of Fame there. That's just fantastic.
It's unbelievable. You know, to get a chance to play in the Canadian Football League for 13 years, being an all-time lead receiver in the CFL, and getting inducted to the Hall of Fame, man, it's unbelievable to know that I only had one scholarship coming out of high school.
How much do you share that message with young individuals? Every young individual thinks they're a D1 and they're this, that, and the other, and it's got to happen this for success. There's so much more ways to gain success.
Yes, it is. And, just the other day on Thursday, I got a chance to go to Port Arthur and talk to the junior Bs and just explaining to the kids about the small things. You got to put that work in, man. Yeah. Nobody's going to give you anything. It's about the small things. You got to put that work in. And so that's what I try to instill in these kids, because you're already at the bottom.
We talked about it before. Prairie View has 70 new players on their squad. Chris Dishman brought in 44 new players. Hall of Fame juice in the booth. thank you for coming by, man.
I appreciate y'all, dog.
Contact on the play. Ball is out, but that may be an illegal contact penalty. We'll see what they call there. But, Don, thank you very much for coming by, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll see what the flag is. Work it all out here.
That's going to be a hard one to decipher through there because I honestly think
the timing of it.
Yeah,
it was kind of.
Yeah, but you know what? I think it was a good hit. I think he touched it and went out, so it should be Prairie View ball where it went out of bounds because they had the right to the ball.
Play. 12 men on the field on the defense during the play. Personal foul, kick, catch, interference on the offense. Those penalties offset. Free play, 4th down.
Yeah.
So they're going to go ahead and punt the football again. And we'll see what happens. As I said before, that was our referee, Ivan Daniels, his crew tonight, Javon Russell, Cedric McKeithen, Jason Dush, Quincy Culberson, Robert Keys, Jared Vienna, Justin Perner, Clement Hall, and Kathleen Robinson there on the sideline, watching the down be repeated there. And so now they got to come back onto the field to do the re-kick there.
I think they were going to get chewed out, and then let's come back in.
Jeremy Ramirez back on the field. You know, he averaged almost 50 yards a kick last year.
That ain't going to help there.
No, that's off the side of the foot, so a huge break for Prairie View A&M. Bounces out of bounds near the 45-yard line. So the Panthers will come up with excellent field position on that exchange. 14-14 game. We have 9:35 to go. We'll be back.
Hey, grab me one too.
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Ooh. There's no I in team, but there is an M, an E, an A, and a T.
The 2025 SWAC football season is almost here, and SWAC TV is set to bring you some of the most anticipated games of the season. Big classics, historic rivalries, and some of the best bands in the land will headline the inaugural slate of 45 football games this fall. Free, live, and on demand on the new and exclusive streaming platform of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. The time is now. SWAC TV is here, building champions for life.
There's no I in team, but there is an M, an E, an A, and a T.
As you're watching some of the TSU fans, Texas Southern fans on hand here at Shell Energy Stadium, we have 9:35 to go in the third quarter, and it is a 14-14 game. Prairie View with the ball. That is Chase Bingman around the right side, and he's going to pick up 13 yards and a first down. But there was a late flag that went down almost at the same time Chase went down.
Yeah, it's a late holding call, but I was just going to say.
Holding 82 on the offense. It's a 10-yard penalty. First down.
Bingman had great vision on that play and just did an amazing job of cutting. Because the defense actually had some pretty good integrity there, but once he made that one cut, it opened up some lane, and he did a great job of driving through that.
82, excuse me, I'm sorry. I was going to say 82, Andre Dennis was the guilty party on that.
See, he could have done without you saying that. I was trying to help the man out.
You reap what you sow, man. That's kind of how it works.
Try to help him. Sorry.
1st and 10. That's going to back the Panthers up back to almost where they started. Ball looks like it's at the 44-yard line now. And we're going to stay here as they take another timeout.
I was going to say, here's the one thing we haven't talked about, right? So it's 10:40 at night, so it's obviously later than most of their games run. So with the lateness of the game now, do you start to see some sloppiness? Do you see some guys that lose the intensity? It'll be interesting to see what team is able to keep the execution level up and the intensity in the game. And I do believe, both coaches have kind of addressed that, especially, Prairie View A&M talked about keeping the level of enthusiasm. They talked about that.
I don't think the game has changed that much. I don't think these guys are going to be in bed by midnight.
Hey, I don't think they're going to be in bed. Hey, they're concentrating on something else. I'm not saying they're too tired and want to go to bed, but I am saying that will it get sloppy just to the length of the time they've been here at the stadium. I don't think these guys go to bed at 9 o'clock.
Peters on the keeper, runs up the middle, cuts it back inside. He's going to make it to midfield. Going to make it a manageable situation on 2nd down.
You're like, Jorge, do you remember college?
I was just thinking back to some of those curfew situations.
You had problems getting them to sleep, not keeping them up. I just mean the amount of time they've been at the stadium trying to concentrate on game day, keep that going, keep that intensity, football intensity anyway.
2nd down for the Panthers. Cam Peters, the quarterback. And a good defensive play by the Tigers right there. That's Miller, Jaheim Miller, stopping that play from taking off.
Well, Ethan John is a tough tight end there. He just couldn't get that corner turn. We're watching there. It was him all the way, just trying to turn it and just couldn't. Great defensive, keeping your outside shoulder on. And again, you at least keep him occupied. I was talking to someone about that the other day. Keep him occupied. At least your friends come and help you out if you can't tackle him one-on-one. Right? I mean, open field tackling is the biggest commodity now in college football, in football in general, because it's such a wide open game.
Ethan John on the reception. They come back and they run Bingman. This time he breaks it, spins, and he has a 1st down for the Panthers. So Bingman picking up 11, maybe 12 yards on the carry.
Man, redshirt freshman, 5'9", 170-pound redshirt freshman from Terrell, Texas. And I mean, look at that. Just explosion up the middle. He finds that gap and just goes right through. He's not all that big, so they can't see him. He's already firing through there. And you notice the leg turn. He keeps him going.
He's so impressive. Bingman with the flip back, the flea flicker. It goes deep. Man is open. Ball is right there. May have been a tad long, but the reception, Rodney Ojo was out there as the Panthers run the flea flicker, and that was almost a touchdown. The ball touched his fingertips. It could have been a great catch, but it might have been a tad overthrown. Maybe.
I think it was there. He made a couple of adjustments that put him off the ball before that ball got there. And I mean, but it's one of those that you want back. Right there, kind of went in the bucket. Just could not pull it down. And again, it's easier said than done, right? When it comes over your shoulder like that, it's not an easy catch. But I guarantee it, he'll tell you he should have caught that.
It would have been a diving catch in the end zone for 6, and now we have a whistle, and they may have taken too much time.
Yeah, what a great play call.
It's a 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Didn't mention that. What a good play call. I mean, and they've had, I think both teams have really had some good play calls and execution, but that was just great timing because you had 3 big runs up the middle, some good runs, some good penetration, and then you get it right there and pitch it back.
The OC you're talking about, Christopher Buckner, making the calls. He has 14 years of coaching at the college level. He has a reputation for building an explosive offense, and we could maybe see the start of that tonight. Pass is complete to Jeremiah Aaron, and Aaron is going to be pushed out of bounds by the Tigers, but a nice gain to make up a lot of that penalty yardage back.
Yeah, but I think they're going to get a call on Trayvon Jones, number 8. Looks like the big tight end was over there doing a little extracurricular blocking and held a little bit, it looks like.
Holding, number 10 of the offense. It's a 10-yard penalty.
10.
Second down.
Let's see this on the replay here.
Well, you said number 10. I think he meant number 8.
Yeah, he meant number 8 because 10 had caught the ball. So I was totally confused there on that one, but it was number 8.
10 is Jeremiah Aaron. Made a nice, he did his job.
Yeah.
So now it's 2nd and long after the penalty, 2nd and 25 to go for the Prairie View Panthers.
Some over the middle here.
Peters, a lot of time in the pocket. Fires, has his man again, still on his feet. Nice catch with the hands and still fighting for the extra yardage is Jeremiah Aaron. So he caught the last ball that got called back, so he said, I'll just catch another one. Great job.
Yeah, and again, right over the middle, I can see that one developing there. And again, nice job of getting it. Look how he just won't go down. That's 2 or 3 different times he won't go down.
Panthers on 3rd and 11 now. So he got a big chunk of that penalty yardage back. The middle on that crossing route has been open tonight for Prairie View.
Yeah, and that was like just a flat coming across. Watch him do an angle there.
So Peters looking to dump it off. He does to Bingman. Oh, and a great defensive play in the backfield. What a play right there by the TSU Tigers. That was Kedrick Britford on the stop, and what a big stop it was.
Oh, my word. That is how you coach tackling right there. Going through your blocker, your receiver, through the tackler. Through the block and the running back. Fantastic.
So 4th down, and the Panthers are going to go. Peters dancing around in the pocket, rolling out to his right. Flags go down. Peters slipped as he threw the ball, and it's intercepted by the Tigers on the 1-yard line. Number 48, Joel Williams comes away with the pick, but we have a flag down back near the quarterback, and he slipped as he threw it, and it was picked off downfield.
It'll be interesting what they do here. It looks like it was against the Panthers. And then the Tigers will get the ball for 1.
Holding, offense number 73. The result of the play is a touchback. First down.
So they called the touchback on that. Looked like he might have been down at the 1. Let's have another look at that, fellas, if we can. What a nice interception, though, there by number 48, Joel Williams, on the sideline, stepping up and being real physical down there.
I think they marked it at the 1. The refs are still standing there at the 1-yard line. It is not a touchback. There he is. He slips right there. That makes the ball go short. And there's the interception, and he is down at the 1-yard line.
Here, the 1-yard line.
Yeah, they corrected themselves right there.
What a nice interception that was. So he kind of tipped it to himself.
It truly was. But boy, now you're backed up at the 1-yard line. That's tough, but you got the ball. So,
well,
you dig yourself out of there, give yourself some room.
That might have been the first obvious example tonight of a slick field playing a part in a big play on the field.
True that. The grounds crew's done a good job of cleaning. When we got in here, there was looked like swampland all over this. And yeah, they cleaned this field out and got it ready for play. And so far, you're right. That is the first time we've seen a slip because of the play here.
Yeah, Peters did a great job of buying some time, rolling out to his right, and now the officials are going to talk to Chris Dishman about why they're putting it at the 1. But when you see the replay, he's clearly down on the 1-yard line, near the 1-yard line.
You know, the one thing that's always tough about the new offenses, because they're all spread, and I mean, look how far you've got. You know, when you're on the 1-yard line, you've got your running back 10 yards back, 10 to 11 yards back from the ball, because you take everything in shotgun. And so when you're in your own end zone, that is a little bit aggravating.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about Dishman while we see him right there. I mean, he had an interesting take on this game. My job is not to be friends with the other coach. He said I was friendly with Bubba McDowell because we had a history. He said I love Bubba, but this is a different time now. Will I shake his hand? Well, I wish him luck, you know. He said, we'll have to see. So it's been that kind of intensity in this game. Handoff goes straight ahead, and the Tigers will get just a little breathing room there as Renfro dives out to about the 3.
Yeah, it was intense, even at the
press conference.
Yeah, and I think he was trying to check and see how Tremaine Jackson, Coach Tremaine Jackson, would react to him. But Coach Jackson did not take any of the bait, said what he needed to say, and let Coach Dishman say whatever he was going to say, and it was interesting because both men are intense, and I really enjoy talking to
just two great guys to talk to. And they go back to the run, do the TSU Tigers, and they're going to pick up about 3 again. Renfro on the carry. Going to set up should be 3rd down now. We switch it. I was watching the guy with the sticks over there on the side.
So these new electric, yard markers there, though. That's kind of nice. Although, except for when they were.
You still got to reach up there and flip it.
That's right.
Human error can still be in play.
Us humans can do a good job messing things up. We're consistent with that.
3rd down and long 4, make it 5. KJ on the rollout. Looking downfield, now he's going to keep it. Cooper's going to pick up a 1st down for the TSU Tigers. So KJ Cooper on the keeper, and they're going to move to sticks.
Perfect execution again. I'm tired of hearing me say that, but look, he rides it really well, and then he forces the defense. Just the way he's attacking the outside. He's coming just enough inside in where you got to respect it, and he starts angling outside, and then that defense has to collapse and stop covering and come up and get it.
So 1st and 10 for the TSU Tigers, who are the host team for this year's Labor Day Classic. Davion Ford now in the backfield. He started the game. Now he's getting some run, as Renfro did a good job getting some of that tough yardage inside. Ford, we talked about it before, he's an experienced runner, but he also is a tough runner inside. He can make you some of that tough, hard to get yardage down there. He can do the dirty work.
Speaking of dirty work, I think both offensive lines, this is probably the best I've seen both offensive lines look in the 6 years I've been covering this game one-on-one, and I know you've done 11. This is very offensive lines and look really good.
Cooper with a nice strike, and it's caught by Rorion Richardson. And he's come over. He's had some injuries in his career, and he's had to overcome those injuries, and he's playing big tonight.
Yeah, that's a big catch right here. And again, when you come off the middle, you know that you're going to get hit. He took the hit and kept rolling.
So Ford is going to pick up about 6 on the carry. So the Tigers from Texas Southern University going on right now.
Picking up the steam, starting from your own 1-yard line, and they are taking it out. And Ford, when you draw a graphic of run behind your pads, that's exactly what it was. You lower, you run low with steam, and you run right behind those pads, pushing, turning with those legs. You got an extra 2 yards because of the way he ran that ball.
Davion Ford played his high school ball at Bel Air High School here in the Houston area. And motion was Charlo, and the give is straight ahead again, and he's going to be very close to the sticks. That is Ford again. And they're doing a good job of alternating those backs in there, and they're getting a contribution from both backs.
And sophomore Brandon Kane, number 71, 6'5", 290 from South Houston, George Ranch. So he's clearing some hole right there.
He is. He's got enough for the 1st down, so they will move the sticks again. And the Tigers have now picked up the tempo a little bit. They're back to the line quickly. 1st and 10, ball resting at the 47-yard line. Man in motion is Leary. They give to Renfro. Renfro with some room on the left side. And Renfro's going to be tripped up after a nice game. Almost 25 yards for Renfro on the carry. Boy, he showed a burst there we haven't seen first time tonight.
I'll tell you what, Jeremiah Herron, though, saved the touchdown. And watch this right here. He thinks he's going to get blocked to the outside, and he doesn't because Aaron does a great job tackling there.
They go back to Renfro on the carry again, and again a big yardage for Renfro, and it's around the left side. The Tigers have found something on that left side.
Yeah, they found Brandon Kane, offensive tackle, going out there, raising some cane out on that outside.
Cooper now on second down, looking to throw, under pressure, fires for the end zone, and it's an incomplete pass. Great coverage in the end zone over there by the Prairie View A&M Panthers. Great job on the coverage.
Tell you what, he threw it where only his guy could catch it, though. I did like that. I don't think he really wanted that, but when he decided to throw it, he's like, okay, I'm going to put it where only my guy can catch it. And again, it would have been an amazing catch, but what a great defensive comeback right there, smacking that ball out right as it got there.
Matthew Moore on the coverage, the linebacker getting deep, doing a great job in the end zone to knock that one away. So third down coming up now for the TSU Tigers. They need about 5 for a first down. Make it 4. KJ Cooper passing, and it's going to be incomplete, but a flag comes down late right after the play. Number 35, Trinity Ward, made a big hit there, and we'll see what the flag is as Coach Jackson looked on. That's going to be a big one if it goes against Prairie View.
Yeah, the Panthers don't like the call, I don't think, from what their reactions are, but we'll see.
Offensive pass interference. It's a 15-yard penalty. Repeat, third down.
That's a big break for Prairie View A&M there. Offensive pass interference called on the play, and that's a 15-yarder. So that's huge.
Wow.
That probably takes the Tigers out of field goal range.
Now look here. Yeah, I guess they called more of a pick than they did anything else, blocking out there. That was tight, though. I mean, it wasn't. Normally they let that go. Normally they're not going to call that one right there.
Oh, an emotion on the line. Let's see. It may have been illegal procedure. Looked like the Tigers just got off to a fast start. A quick start.
Is that what it's called?
Well, you know, you mentioned this a minute ago. We're about to get the call from Ivan Daniels.
False start. Number 70. 5-yard penalty. Still third down.
But you talked about that. We're at 10:57, our time, Central Time, 10:57. You thought maybe concentration could be a problem as this game continues to go on.
And you laughed at me.
Because we started an hour and a half late.
Yeah, you laughed at me just so I want that on record.
Just to correct it, I laughed at you because I thought you were insinuating they might be tired.
No, it's not tired.
So third down, and they're going to give it inside to Ford, and Ford goes straight up the middle. Going to get up to about by the Panthers.
Yeah, the only football they're usually playing at around 11 o'clock at night is college football on Madden or something like that.
That's the end of the third quarter.
That takes us to the end of the third quarter. We're still tied at 14 apiece with 1 quarter to go. And if you missed the halftime show, you missed the show. We'll be right back.
What?
Excellence isn't just a word, it's a way of life. For 147 years, we've been empowering generations of students to carry our rich legacy of distinction with them as they blaze trails and make a difference in communities across the world. Our high-caliber faculty and rigorous academic programs prepare scholars to challenge the status quo and push the boundaries of knowledge. Pioneers emerge here, and changemakers are bred here. Excellence lives here.
At Texas Southern University in a campus, we're a community driven by purpose and excellence. Here, teamwork and student success are at the heart of everything we do. We are proud to be an independent urban university committed to innovation, diversity, and progress. At TSU, excellence meets opportunity. From Third Ward to the world, we are TSU proud.
TV Nation, it's Tremaine Jackson, your head football coach. We need you to join our 35 for 35 campaign. We're trying to raise $350,000 by the first game of the season. All you have to do is go to our website, tvpanthers.com, and click on the 35 for 35 link. Once you do that, we'd love to see your pictures or videos of you donating on our social media platforms at PVAMU Panthers.
PV Nation is your athletic director, Anton Gall. We got a new initiative for our football team, 35 for 35. As you know, we just hired Coach Jackson as our 35th head football coach. In honor of that hiring, we are doing a $350,000 campaign. We're asking everybody to donate $35 or more to the Football Excellence Fund. How you do this? Go to pvpanthers.com. Donate. One last thing. Once you donate, take a picture, post it on our social media platforms, because the donations and the support you give us will take us to the next level. Thank you, and go Panthers.
And progress at TSU meets opportunity. From Third Ward to the world, we are TSU.
The 2025 SWAC football season is almost here, and SWAC TV is set to bring you some of the most anticipated games of the season. Big classics, historic rivalries, and some of the best bands in the land will headline the inaugural slate of 45 football games this fall. Free, live, and on demand on the new and exclusive streaming platform of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. The time is now. SWAC TV is here, building champions for life.
Tickets now at Ticketmaster.com and be part of history in the making.
We have 15 minutes to go here in the Labor Day Classic, tied at 14-14. Let's go down to Lauren now.
All right, welcome back. Thanks, Butch. After an electrifying first half where we saw many jerseys torn, meaning that it was a very physical game between both teams, we entered the third quarter in a scoreless quarter. But we're entering the fourth. They've got their fours up. I do have an update on number 11, senior linebacker Jacob Williams. He is out for the remainder of the game with a foot injury. Back to you guys.
Wow, thank you very much for that, Lauren. That is huge for the TSU Tigers. Same thing happened to Jacob last year. You know, in the first game in the Labor Day Classic, he was injured, missed the season after that, and then now he was so happy to be participating in camp this year and that he was back and he felt healthy, and now he's out for the rest of the game.
Wow, hopefully it's just for the game. He is a hard hitter, good football player, and the heart of a team too, so that is a tough loss for him. Thanks for the update there, everyone.
So Prairie View A&M will get the football now, starting first and 10 from the 11-yard line. Cameron Peters at quarterback. Turns and he hands straight ahead to Bingman, and Bingman's going to push the pile like he's done most of the night. This is those little 2- and 3-yard gains adds up for Bingman.
And he just squirts through there. As a defender, it's got to be hard. You can't see him. You can't see him until he's already through there, and he runs with great power as well.
Panthers go back to the line quickly. That's going to be about a gain of 3. And Bingman takes it again, bounces to the outside, cuts it back to the inside, and he's down on the 20-yard line. So 2 straight runs by Jace Bingman has set up a third and manageable, call it third and about 4 for the Panthers.
Yeah, I think you're going to see, I would see Peters like on some type of rollout where he's got an option to run or pass.
I think a third and a long 2 coming up for the first down. If you look at the sticks over there, it looks like a solid 3. It looks really.
Yeah, that's kind of an illusion there. They're stacked big, though. I think they're going to run.
And the quarterback's going to keep it. Peters bounces to the outside. He does a good job of spinning, and he has the first down. Nice job by Peters of reading his blocking and following the blocking to daylight.
they don't give him easy runs. When Peters runs, it's an assigned run, and he is running like a regular tailback with some blockers out front. They don't give him like a nice little easy option run. And he's tough.
But what he's done tonight is what Coach Jackson told us he would do, and that is manage the game real well. He's done a great job of doing that. Peters is going to run the zone read again, keeps this time, bounces inside, and the Tigers are waiting for it. A big play by that TSU defense.
You know, it's interesting when you talk about manage a game, immediately people think that they're not a playmaker as well, and he's a playmaker as well, but he's very smart. He's going to take smart chances. He's not just going to take risky chances. And again, his growth and maturity, when we saw him the first time, he was a little bit more of a slinger, and he's obviously matured and taken.
For the Panthers, Peters will throw it. That's it. Boy, that is one that got away right there by Edric Whitley. He had it, and he had his sights on the goal line, but he did one thing he forgot. He forgot to squeeze the football.
Yeah, no, you know what I talked about earlier, when you're throwing from the opposite hash across the field, past the numbers, that is a long way to go. And defenders have so much more time to break on that ball. And Whitley got in front of that ball, and honestly, he will have nightmares about that missed opportunity to catch that ball.
That's going to set up a third down. He had a lot of praise from his head coach coming into this game. Fires a strike over the middle, and you don't have to guess twice who caught that one. A gain of 17 by Rockwell. Josiah Rockwell, who's played a tremendous game tonight, makes a great catch. As you see Joe Williams there on the play, and he's out quickly. You see the medical staff out there to check him out.
Yeah, he's in there. Rockwell got up a little bit slow too. Watch this. Good catch there. Big impact right there on the tackle for both players. But Rockwell.
You can see the medical staff right there checking out Joe Williams. We'll be back in a minute. 12 minutes.
Gatorade has the #1 proven electrolyte blend designed to hydrate better than water. Made to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel, so you can lose more sweat and earn a place in history. Gatorade. Is it in you?
Who are you? Try Jack Link's Doritos barbecue flavored beef jerky. You unleash the you with more flavor. I rescued your cat. This isn't a cat. Yes, it is. Meet your flavor.
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Brighter futures begin here with students and faculty that bring campus projects to life with help from the Home Depot Retool Your School grants. With these grants, HBCUs have built innovative learning lounges, revitalized rec areas, and created peaceful wellness spaces, providing students with areas to learn, relax, and thrive. Through their dedication to uplifting their campuses, HBCUs are growing stronger, one grant at a time, one project at a time, one community at a time. Learn more at retoolyourschool.com. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
This fall, history hits the Strip. It's the first annual Las Vegas HBCU Classic. Saturday, October 25th at the iconic Allegiant Stadium. Grambling State University goes head-to-head with Jackson State University on the football field. But it's more than a game. It's a celebration of HBCU culture in the ultimate to be part of history in the making.
That is TSU's Joe Williams on the sideline. The 6'2", 210-pounder had to be walked off the field. Of course, he's a graduate student from Baton Rouge and a transfer from Grambling. So 1st and 10 now for the Panthers. And they're working on the clock as that time it was the big fella, Brandon Campbell, banging inside, but he might have gotten a yard. 11:52. And on the stop for Texas Southern there, number 14, Charles George, the linebacker.
I feel like the battles are getting bigger as this game goes on, the defensive line and offensive line. A lot more scrap.
George is the strong side linebacker in there to stop the run, and that's what he did. So this time, intended receiver Tristan Golightly had there.
Yeah, he did. It could have been tough. But if that thing was on target, boy, that was a big play right there.
Yeah, he had a little cushion there, little space, couldn't get in the football. So third down coming up for Prairie View as they put the running back in motion. They're going to throw to him. Nobody covered him. He's wide open. A nice catch by Brandon Campbell. And Campbell's going to have the first down and a lot more. Brandon Campbell with unofficially 26 yards on that play. But what a call.
Yeah, what an excellent call. And again, this is probably the first time in the game for either team that you've seen a defense that's just not where they need to be. Right? I mean, just got confused. And man, that was wide open.
They put Brandon Campbell in motion, and when he went in motion, no one went with him. He went out there, he was all by himself, and Peters hit him, and it's a first down for the Panthers. This time, look for the throwback pass. Way downfield, it's going to be underthrown and almost caught. Great job by the receiver. That was Jacoby Banks who threw the pass right there. The receiver pass trying to go down, and he underthrew that pass. But we got 2 flags down on the field.
Yeah, there's some the intensity's picking up. I'll tell you that.
Holding number 85 on offense. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Tristan Golightly is the guilty party there. And you see Coach Jackson on the sideline. The second trick play of the ball game for Prairie View. First one, they just missed it. That one kind of broke down.
Yeah, that one just didn't have the timing it needed, quite frankly. And then the ball wasn't, he had to readjust. And it was that block right there which freed him up to throw the ball. That was kind of in the back there.
You know, that was one of those plays that just really didn't look good from the start. And you did see Joel Williams back in the game there for the TSU Tigers. So apparently he shook off whatever the injury was. And this time the give is to Brandon Campbell. Campbell moves that ball. He's going to be 2 yards, 3 yards shy of the first down.
Well, that's getting back to the sticks. It's 2nd and 15. It's
Excuse me, that's Brandon Campbell carrying the ball there. And after that penalty, that put Prairie View way back, and now we're looking at 2nd and about 14 yards for a first down. Empty backfield for Peters. Tries to go underneath, and someone got a big hand up and knocked that one down at the line of scrimmage.
And actually, probably he saved some serious damage on his receiver there by that ball not having to be caught. He was going to get.
Matthew Cooks was in the vicinity there. May have gotten a hand on that football. So now, and 14 coming up for the Prairie View Panthers. This may be the down for Texas Southern because if you can look at Prairie View, they've eaten up a lot of time on this drive. They've gone a long way with this drive, but it's 3rd and 14 now for Peters as he goes again with the empty backfield. 4 rushing for Texas. Didn't get there, and the pass is behind the intended receiver, Golightly. So that's going to be an incomplete pass.
And Golightly did a really good job of going to where the sticks were to get the first down. If that ball would have been on target, he could have gotten the first down, but it just was not on there. And again, there was some pretty good blocking there, and he had time to throw the ball, just couldn't place it accurately.
Both of these defensive teams have come up with some really timely plays on defense. I mean, this was a drive where you figure they were wearing out the Tigers there.
Yep.
And when they had to come up with a big stop, that penalty was huge on the receiver pass. So the kick by Atwell is going to go down to the 2, and it's going to be down right there on the 1 yard line. But but we do have a flag down. But great coverage and a great kick.
Yeah, there's a flag for too many men on the field for TSU, but they're going to
Legal substitution on the defense. It's a 5-yard penalty. Pulled down.
Yeah, so where they have to distance to the goal, they can't really go 5 yards.
That penalty is a flag.
Yeah. Yeah, because that was too many men on the field trying to run off. So
great execution there by the Panthers with 10:02 to go. We are still tied at 14 apiece.
Gatorade has the #1 proven electrolyte blend designed to hydrate better than water. Made to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel, so you can lose more sweat and earn a place in history. Gatorade. Is it in you?
Who are you? I'm you, with more sizzle. When you try Jack Link's Doritos barbecue flavored beef jerky, you unleash the you with more flavor. Also, I rescued your cat. This isn't a cat. Yes, it is. Meet your flavor.
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We present and future all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Bring campus projects to life with help from the Home Depot Retool Your School grants. With these grants, HBCUs have built innovative learning lounges, revitalized rec areas, and created peaceful wellness spaces, providing students with areas to learn, relax, and thrive. Through their dedication to uplifting their campuses, HBCUs are growing stronger, one grant at a time, one community at a time. Learn more at retoolyourschool.com. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
CU Classic. Grambling State University goes head-to-head with Jackson State. But it's more than a game. It's a celebration of HBCU culture in the ultimate Vegas all weekend long. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com and be part of history in the making.
SWAC football on SWAC TV is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Get the gear in here to have fun out there. Academy Sports and Outdoors, official sporting goods retailer of the SWAC. Home Depot, powered by purpose to champion HBCUs. By Cricket, smile, you're on Cricket. And by Nike, official sponsor of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. So the Tigers operating 1st and 10, and the Panthers think they may have gotten to safety. TSU feel like they got it out of the end zone, and the officials, now they say it's a safety. The officials are calling it a safety, so the running back did not make it to the line of scrimmage. Let's take a look at that one again, because we caught just the tail end of it coming out of our sponsor. But wow, what a defensive play. Now the officials are still talking about it, but the Panthers of Coach Tremaine Jackson are celebrating. What about it, Jorge?
Well, I'll tell you, just didn't get a lot of movement, and big number 92 right there just went right at him. And yeah, he did not get across that line of scrimmage.
92, that's Malik Mason. And this guy is playing a pretty good game tonight.
Yeah, I mean, he just did a great job of overpowering the watch this. Watch how he comes in an angle and just drives over it.
There was just no place to go.
No. And remember, I talked about that earlier. When you're pinned back, it's such a dangerous part because your running back starts 8 yards back. So it takes him a while to get to the line of scrimmage. And we all know bang-bang plays, it's so hard to cover a gap like that.
Wow. So Chris Dishman's team, after Davion Ford is caught, couldn't get the ball out of the end zone. That's 2 points for the Prairie View Panthers, so they take the lead thanks to their defense, and that's not the worst part of this if you're from a TSU standpoint.
Yeah.
You got to give the ball right back to that Prairie View offense, who actually chewed up a lot of time the last time they had the football, and right now we're sitting on 9:47 to go in this game.
Wow. That's a quick turnaround. We were actually just in here talking about, when's the last time these teams had an overtime game in the Classic and how many times that's happened. And, you get a safety like that changes that whole atmosphere. It makes it a lot harder to have an overtime game.
Well, last time they had overtime was right here on this field. That was 2023, and the Panthers won it on a field goal in OT. But this kick is going to drive Stewart back. Kellen Stewart has a hole. Stewart hits the hole, and he's going to come down at about the 43-yard line. So a nice return. Excellent field position for the Panthers with about 9:40 to go in the game. But, wow, what a defensive play by Prairie View A&M. TSU backed up. A lot of teams, you see there's no safe route. There's there's no second guessing this. You just do what you can to get the ball out of there. But that's why a lot of teams like to throw it from down there.
Yeah, no, I mean, and then you're beat if you do there if you get somebody jumping around, right? Because you want to throw a safe route, and you got some defenders sitting on those routes. So it's a tough one when you're backed up there.
If you have a penalty and you're standing in your end zone, it's still a safety. So either way you go, a lot of bad stuff can happen when you're that close. And this time it's going to be Bingman again on the carry, and he does what he's done the entire second half. He's going to pick up about 4, maybe 5 yards on the carry. Nice chunky yardage right there for the Panthers offense.
Yeah, Bingman's had himself a nice game, and again, he just has great vision. And he's got the speed to back it up, but I mean, he really makes good cuts and sets up his blocks.
2nd and 5 for the Panthers. They're going to give it to Chase again. Bingman up the middle, first down for Prairie View A&M. And he's getting like 5-6 yards of jump now.
Yeah, Charles George in the 14 with the tackle there. And I'll tell you, I mean, you got to be a sure tackle with him, even though he's not all that big. Watch him; he makes a little jab.
He is a tough back to bring down. He really is. You have to take a good shot on him. He's very strong in the legs.
I think it's because you don't see him until he gets on top of you. He's small. He darts out that initial 3-4 yards of the line of scrimmage. He darts out of there.
He's listed at 5'9", but they weigh him in at 175, which is a pretty good clip for a 5'9" player. And again, he's going to take that 5-6 yard shot in there. They might mark it back closer to 4 yards. But Bingman is doing a really good job here running the football in the second half.
And again, credit to that offensive line, right? You can't run if you don't have gaps to run or some movement. And Prairie A&M's been engaging every time. And again, no lapses. You really haven't seen a lot of missed blocks or just flat out missing execution. So good job there.
2nd down, and they put Bingman in motion, and Peters is going to keep, and he's going to be about a yard, maybe a yard and a half shy of the first down. You mentioned the last time we were in overtime, it was 2023 here. Prairie View won the game 37-34 on that field goal. And another side note to that, PV is 6-0 when playing here at Shell Energy Stadium.
Wow. That's a heck of a stat. I wouldn't have thought of that. 6-0 here. You know they've got to vocally let the Tigers know that one.
And that's Isaiah Bogerty being assisted off the field there. Looks like he's a little shook up on the play. Bogerty is 6'3", 235-pound linebacker. Redshirt junior.
I'll tell you, this little pause allows the Panthers to kind of game plan a little bit right here with that injury on this big 3rd down play. So it's really a bonus for them to be able to plan this play.
It's going to be 3rd and short. And this is the situation where they've been taking Bingman out and putting Brandon Campbell in the ball game. And Campbell's in the game now because he's the heavier guy. And we will see if they go back to the run. TSU trying to stack that front. And there's movement on the front, and you can see Cameron Pascal turns around and looks at Cameron Peters, and you could just imagine him saying, hike the ball, because he had that reaction to it.
Yeah, he's like, you can't make me wait that long.
False start. Number 70 of the offense. 5-yard penalty. No down.
Yeah, and I don't know if the call was we're not moving, we're not snapping it. Now maybe that was the case, but I think at that point, you're a lineman, you're down so long, you're like, man, snap the ball, let's go.
Yeah, and the guilty party there was Dylan Spencer. Now you got a still third and manageable, but it's a little longer. You're looking at about 6 yards for the first down, and the pitch, and in the backfield, a big hit on Campbell. Campbell is knocked down, and the TSU Tigers. Was that Edric again? Edric in the backfield.
Wow, so I was like, man, is that him again? You talk about reading your cues. You cannot do that. And watch him explode right through. And again, the receiver just kind of didn't commit to that block fully, and Whitley saw it, and he exploded through the tackle.
The technique was perfect on that. He stood his would-be blocker up where he could see what was going on in the backfield, and then he separated and made the great stop in the backfield. So that TSU defense, again, second series in a row, they come up with a big stop. So the punt, line drive punt, going to be fielded and caught right about the 12-yard line, and the Tigers will go back on offense from that point. 16-14 now, Prairie View out in front.
Gatorade has the #1 proven electrolyte blend designed to hydrate better than water. Made to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel, so you can lose more sweat and earn a place in history. Gatorade. Is it in you?
Who are you? I'm you, with more sizzle. When you try Jack Link's Doritos barbecue flavored beef jerky, you unleash the you with more flavor. Also, I rescued your cat. This isn't a cat. Yes, it is. Meet your flavor.
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Brighter futures begin here with students and faculty that bring campus projects to life with help from the Home Depot Retool Your School grants. With these grants, HBCUs have built innovative learning lounges, revitalized rec areas, and created peaceful wellness spaces, providing students with areas to learn, relax, and pride. Through their dedication to uplifting their campuses, HBCUs are growing stronger, one grant at a time, one project at a time, one community at a time. Learn more at retoolyourschool.com. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
This fall, history hits the Strip. It's the first annual Las Vegas HBCU Classic. Saturday, October 25th at the iconic Allegiant Stadium. Grambling State University goes head-to-head with Jackson State University on the football field. But it's more than a game. It's a celebration of HBCU culture and the ultimate Vegas energy all weekend long. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com and be part of history in the making.
Welcome back to Shell Energy Stadium. Butch Alcindor and Jorge Vargas here with a lot of energy as TSU is taking over the football. They are down by 2, 6:09 to go in this ball game. If you're just joining us, we're still on because we had an hour and close to an hour and a half weather delay. And now TSU with the football operating from their 12. Pass goes to Davion Ford. And Ford is going to scamper out of bounds after a pickup of about 5-6 over there. You know, Ford wants to come back. It wasn't anything Ford could do getting trapped for that safety. I mean, he just really had nowhere to go.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was just I was just being stuck, and he literally just got the whole collapsed right in front of him, and he couldn't go anywhere. But again, you know, for the Tigers, they just got to run their offense like they have, and they got to finish at the end. They've been moving the ball. They just got to be able to finish.
Cooper's run for a touchdown tonight, and this time he hands it, and there's no room at all. Good stop right there by that defense from Prairie View A&M. Let's go down to Lauren now.
Thank you, guys. Yes, down here on the Prairie View A&M sideline, there is no emotion. Even after breaking that tie from the third quarter, there is still no emotion as they have the 2-point lead. I will say, I believe that this is a testament to Coach Jackson's discipline that he has instilled in the program. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Lauren. We're looking at third down now for Texas Southern. 3rd and about 5. Cooper with an empty backfield. He's going to pass it. Has a man open, and he got the football there. That's a completed pass. Nice catch right there by the Tigers. That's Jalen Williams, the backup tight end, and that's going to move the sticks, and that was a big play for TSU.
That sure was. I mean, and they're going fast now. Right back at them. Don't let them recover.
Wow, and a big play on the run. How about that? Yeah. You know, I'm not sure that they had the sticks set from the long pass.
Yeah, they did. Now there's a TSU Tiger down. Looks like Jaden Daniels.
Daniels, number 55. And he's starting to, you know, early in the year, you get a lot of these cramps down there. But I thought it was interesting, but you were right when you said how TSU was trying to pick up the tempo. They got up there and they snapped the ball before the chains were even marked.
Yeah. And I mean, they got. I don't know that they marked them correctly, quite honestly.
No, I was looking at the same thing. I saw the same thing you did. I'm like, it was a lot of indecision going on over there. So hopefully it's.
It is what it is right now, but I don't know that they were marked correctly. But I couldn't even tell you which way to go with them. But I don't think they're accurate. But it's what they are.
So the Tigers on offense, and we've quickly gotten down to 4:29 to go in this ball game.
Yeah, clock's still going.
Tigers only 2 points down. Got the football on the 46-yard line. Cooper is going to pull it down and keep it. That little fake opened up the lane he needed, and Cooper's going to pick up 15, 16 yards and get a first down for Texas Southern.
Yeah, because from a defender standpoint, you knew he had to stop to turn his shoulders. Rarely does a quarterback do it. Watch him here. And he knows the defender. Once I commit right there, boom, they're going to stop. And they broke down. That gave him another 10 yards on the play. Brilliant move by KJ.
KJ Cooper making a great decision on that one. This time he turns and he hands to his running back. And again, that Prairie View defense got up there quickly to make a play. That is Cornelius Davis helping out on the stop there. I did like what Coach Jackson told us about the two guys that he brought over with him. Number 3, Sterling Roberts, a linebacker, and number 7, Kennedy Parker, a linebacker. He said not only are they excellent players, but they've come in and they've established a leadership role early on this defense.
Yeah, and they were so bought in and helped everybody else buy in. When you've got that many people you're trying to get in your program.
2nd and 9. Cooper with some time, looking deep down the sideline, and that's going to be contact. And it's Charlo was over there, and there was contact. Now, will they call it on Charlo, or will it be on the defense?
I think they're going to call it on the defense because the defender, Travel Randall, he just didn't look like he had control of where he was going, to be honest with you.
4. 15-yard penalty.
Randall caught with his hand in the cookie jar right there.
Well, watch him. Once he starts spinning, he doesn't know where the receiver is. He just starts grabbing and just rolling around. I mean, you'd have to, if he would have turned to the ball at all, that could have been different. And again, that's easy sitting up here. That was a very hard, he was trying to find the ball. That's why he was searching around.
So the Tigers snap the ball, 1st and 10. Renfro on the carry and a great tackle. I mean, a really good-looking tackle right there because he had some room to go on the outside. That was number 35, Trinity Ward, on the stop.
Yeah, that looks so open right there. And again, great closure and a great tackle. Talk about open field tackles. That's one. That's a perfect performance here by Trinity Ward. And again, he wasn't trying to blow him up. He's making sure he gets the sure tackle. I think a lot of young guys think about blowing someone up and they don't really wrap up and they really just knock him back for a minute and they get another 3, 4, 5 yards.
Yeah, gain of 2 on that play, so call it 2nd and 8 for Cooper and the Tigers. And he drops it off to Renfro. Renfro's going to be caught. So another outstanding defensive play by Prairie View, that time by Kennedy Parker, the guy we were just talking about.
Yeah, and again, he lost yards on that play. So that now you got a negative play happen. Watch this right here. And again, the sure tackling, he drops it back and then boom, It wasn't the boom, but he wrapped up. We were just talking about that.
Clock operator, please put 2:29 back on the clock. 2:29 on the clock.
So the clock?
Clock operator, please put 2:29 on the game clock.
There it is.
And it goes back.
Yeah, so Parker with a big play that he brings to the table for this team that Coach Jackson was looking for, and he brought them with him, and they deliver. And he, like he said, you can bring guys with you, but if they're not a great player, they don't really bring the culture you're trying to bring. But when other people see them, they followed you, and they're good players, then people go, wait a minute, I want to be great like these guys too, and they bought in, so let me just follow what he's telling us.
And of course, they won 2 championships with their coach, 2 Gulf South Conference championships the last couple of years, so they have a lot of experience. As Cooper goes back to pass, 3rd down, fires, and that might be another flag. He had him by the back of the jersey. Wow, that was Tayshawn Wilson who grabbed the intended receiver there and spun him around in the air.
I think that was Jeremiah.
Number 4, 50 on 1st down.
He called it on 4, random.
2 minutes, timeout.
We have our timeout on the field as Chris Dishman looks on. T and Prairie View in front.
Hey, grab me 1 too.
Since 2018, Cricket Wireless has been supporting the journey of HBCU students because HBCUs aren't just schools. They're a place where teammates form lifelong bonds, the kind of bonds that stay with you every step of the way. That's why we keep you connected, so you can tackle anything that's thrown your way. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Ooh. There's no I in team, but there is an M, an E, an A, and a T.
This fall, history hits the Strip. It's the first annual Las Vegas HBCU Classic. Saturday, October 25th at the iconic Allegiant Stadium. Grambling State University goes head-to-head with Jackson State University on the football field. But it's more than a game. It's a celebration of HBCU culture and the ultimate Vegas energy all weekend long. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com and be part of history in the making.
Ooh. There's no I in team, but there is an M, an E, an A, and a T.
We are still in the 2-minute timeout here at Shell Energy Stadium. To be exact, there is 1:58 to go in this ballgame. Let's take a look at that last pass interference call.
Yeah, he literally grabbed him and spun him around. I don't think you can argue that particular call.
Yeah, he's trying to hit Rorion Richardson, the big receiver at 6'2". He's number 84, and here come the Tigers on 1st down. And they try to run it, and he's stacked up. Nowhere to go is Renfro. And this is interesting because now we get into that cat and mouse game. If you're Texas Southern, are they going to run as much as they can and play for the field goal? Like you said, PB has 1 timeout remaining.
PB's used
and they
one,
just
so
used it.
Too. So I think they have 1. They've used 1. They have 2 remaining, I believe. But the clock's still rolling.
And they're going to let it go down. They're sitting on those 2 timeouts. 2nd down and 11. Cooper under pressure. Floats it to the end zone. Touchdown! to Rorion Richardson.
What a play.
With 1:16 to go in the ball game, Cooper, as you said, tremendous play as he lobbed it into the corner.
Wow, what a play call, and just absolutely fantastic. KJ Cooper looks like he's not going to do it. Throws off his back foot, but gets just enough on it. And again, the receiver comes back to the ball, make sure he gets the catch.
What a night by KJ Cooper, and Rorion Richardson was involved with that pass interference call that put the ball all the way down here deep in Prairie territory. So the extra point is good. As we take another look at that touchdown pass from KJ Cooper to Rorion Richardson.
Again, you can see the pressure on him. He barely gets that ball off of the wrist, bro, honestly, because their defender's right there on his arm. And if he didn't adjust the way he throws that ball gets batted down in his face.
And you know, Coach Hishman talked about his leadership. Look at him on the sideline, telling everybody, think, this game is not over. Stay involved with the game.
Yeah, no, think, right? We got to play this out. He knows there's a minute 16 left. He's telling his defense, let's close this thing out. And again, look how calm Coach Hishman is. He's going to each individual saying, hey, here's where we go. Let's keep our focus, right? And we talked about that. Can you keep maintaining your focus throughout a long game like this? And for the Panthers, look, it's 1:16. You've shown the ability to have a good offense that can move the ball, and you can make some plays. You just got to be patient and run each play. Quick. You can't try to get too much too quick. Oh, the last time I said that, they had a great seam play for about 25, 30 yards.
That last drive, though, there were some key penalties on that drive by Prairie View A&M that aided the drive and kept the drive alive, and now they're going to have a shot with 1:16 to go here in the ballgame.
You always just want to make sure you got a chance, and then the Panthers have that chance right now.
Ramirez's kick is fielded at the 4, and Stewart turns around the right side, and a flag goes down as Stewart goes down just shy of the 30-yard line around the 29-yard line. And here goes another flag near the sideline.
Got to keep your head about you.
Well, the first one looked like it might have been against Prairie View, but I couldn't see what was happening on the sideline.
It was just extracurricular, nothing crazy, but it was some taunting or something from the Tiger sideline. Coach Hitchman is letting his team have it over there. It was some unnecessary nonsense. I'll just call it that. So I think they're calling his defense together and saying, look, you guys got to play smart.
Holding on the return team, 10-yard penalty for spot or foul. First down.
So only the one flag. So that was a big play, and that's going to hurt the Panthers because they had pretty good field position up near the 29-yard line.
But they picked up the flag for I called it nonsense, but they picked it up. So that's certainly good. But you can see getting on his team about let's making sure we use our heads.
Well, I also see KJ Cooper going down the sideline trying to get everybody up and involved in this game.
That was a big penalty. Wow, instead of the 30-yard line, we wound up at the 12. What kind of penalty was it, 18?
So Cameron Peters, these are the kind of situations any quarterback would like to be in. I mean, you can really show a lot of what you're made of in this situation. 1st and 10, ball on the 11-yard line. Peters under pressure, floats it out, flag goes down. He tried to hit Bingman, but it's incomplete. But it's in that area where you often get holding called, and that's where the flag went down.
And that's exactly what happened.
Holding on number 75, offense. For half the distance penalty. Still first down.
Jeremiah Mawali.
Yeah, Garfield, looks like Garfield Lawrence, defensive lineman number 8. He created that. He came so strong. They were trying to create room for that quarterback. They wound up.
That may have been the best pressure of the night for Texas Southern University, but that's what happens at this time in the ballgame.
Yeah,
you get to pin the ears back and go because you know where they need to go.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still first down after the penalty, but the ball now is resting on the Peters fires, completes his pass. A couple of guys fell down. Peters is going to get a nice gain all the way back up to the 18-yard line on that pass. So getting them a little room to work with there as the clock continues to tick. We're under seconds to go in the game. Second down now for Peters. Steps up in the pocket. Has a man wide open, and he has the completed pass. What a great pass to Rodney Ojo. And just like that, Cameron Peters made it happen by buying that extra time.
Peters did a remarkable. He was uncomfortable, but threw a perfect strike down the sidelines.
37 seconds on the game clock. Put 37 seconds on the game clock. 3-7.
Still sitting on his 2 timeouts also. So they've done, this has been, as you talk about flipping the field quickly, 1st and 10, ball now resting on the 37-yard. Panthers got plenty of time with those completed passes. That time a good tackle by the Tigers. Matthew Cooks is there to get him down, and a timeout called quickly by the Panthers.
Jackson was flying down the sidelines for that timeout.
Let's take a look at that long pass again to Rodney Ojo from Peters.
And again, Peters, look, he's got pressure. And he throws. Look, he is not set perfectly, but watch, it floats in there. And again, Ojo did a great job adjusting. You know, I tell receivers all the time, when that ball's in the air, if you're not adjusting, making the catch, you got to go up and get it. At the end of the day, a lot of that wasn't a very good pass. If you're a great receiver, you'll make a good catch at the end of the day, right? Well, and again, that's good adjustment.
And Coach Dishman, who made his bones as a defensive back, you know, one of the bigger defensive backs for the Houston Oilers, I think drafted in 1988, he's not going to like that. Because the only way a receiver gets that type of separation is if the DB looks in the backfield.
Yes, and why are you looking in
this? They tell you never look in the backfield, especially at this point in the ball game.
Right.
So now second down coming up for the Panthers. They are in great shape with 30 seconds to go. They still have a timeout remaining. Peters looking to throw it again. Has to scramble to his right. Peters has a couple of guys over the middle, completes it to Bingman. Bingman at the 10, knocked down at about the 9. Chase Bingman with a big play from Peters. That's a first down. It's going to stop the clock again with 19 seconds to go. Does this remind you of 2023 or what?
It sure does.
Prairie View came storming back right here at Shell in these two balls.
And Peters not getting rattled right now.
At the 10-yard line. Peters has time, floats it inside. It's going to be incomplete. Pass lift, and the clock ticks down to 16 seconds to go. As you see, the Panthers get quickly back to the line of scrimmage. That slant has been open a lot tonight. That time, Tigers did a good job of covering it.
And again, the Tigers defense just got to tighten up. I mean, this is a great chess match between the coaches and these teams. This is a fantastic game. Okay.
Well, it's coming down to the final seconds here. Second down for the Panthers.
They got to get the playoff.
Ball's on the 10-yard line, and I don't know if they made it.
Ooh, I thought they got it.
I don't think they made it. That was a quick whistle. Timeout call, and that's a great timeout by Prairie View. A great timeout there by Coach Tremaine Jackson, because that's why he saved those timeouts.
Wow, it sure did. But I thought they got that snap off. But you know what? That's a great timeout. You're right, because the watch.
You can't take the chance.
No, you can't. You can't. You can't do it. And again, it gives you right now. Hey, you go in there and you talk about at least 2 plays. Right? Here's what we're going to do. Right? You set up those plays, and I will say at the first play, depending on what that is, you probably want to set that ball in the middle of wherever your kicker likes that ball, if it comes down to it. But no, you need a touchdown. What am I talking about? There ain't no kicker in the ticket of this. You need a touchdown. Slap myself. So you got at least 2 plays. You got a program right here of what you're going to do.
As they come out, 16 seconds to go now. Second down for the Panthers. Peters looking for the end zone. Floats it high and deep, and it's going to be an incomplete pass. There was some contact, but that pass was not close to the receiver, and that may be what the officials were looking at on that play. Let's take another look. He was trying to go to Jeremiah Aaron. You see the pass there?
Yeah, that was too far out.
Number 25, Justice Ugo on the coverage. So now, 2 more downs. They have 2 more if they need 2 more. Do the Panthers. Texas Southern backed up against their own goal line here. And now a whistle and a timeout. Texas Southern University. So Dishman and his defensive team are going to talk this over.
Yeah, earlier I was saying they had maybe just 2 plays just because I didn't know how much time they'd be able to run for each play. They tend to roll out a little bit and stuff, but no, they got 2 plays left, 11 seconds. So really, honestly, time isn't the issue, especially if you're in the end zone. They do have 1 more timeout left, Prairie View, so they still got a timeout, so they can throw it anywhere. They've got all the opportunities they have, and if you had told one of these coaches, hey, you got 2 plays, right, from where the 10-yard line to win the game, you'd take it out. You'd take it. You'd say, I'll take it. So it's the matter of who's going to execute right now. I do like the timeout for the Tigers right there, saying, okay, defense, here's what we think they're going to do. Let's get ready for this. This is how I want you playing this. They're able to walk over, talk individually about how they want them aligning, if they want them pressing harder or whatever.
And they sent somebody over there late to cover that. That's Ugo covering the slot receiver. They roll to that side. Peters with time, fires to the end zone, and flags go down. Yep. And it's going to be pass interference called in the end zone. That's going to set up a 1st and goal to go situation for the Panthers. And you can see number 25 right there, Ugo, who's very upset with himself there. He knows that's a huge play in that situation.
I was gonna say I don't know that he's like, hey, if you think he can catch it at all, just attack him, because they can't do anything if they can't catch it. Right now they got 6 seconds. That may be 1 play, maybe 2.
Number 25.
So, yeah, I mean, the first down is irrelevant at this point, because they just got to get the ball in the end zone. And they got 6 seconds to do that. So, like you said, 2 plays at best.
Yeah.
At best.
But if you're a DB now, hey, you don't get them, you just tackle them.
You got 1 timeout. Do you take a shot with Bateman? Would you just pop him in there and call that timeout if he didn't make it? He's run so well here in the second half.
Well, that'd be tough if he doesn't go down right away. But he fights so hard, though, he may go past 6 seconds.
You do have that 1 timeout left, so check it out. 1st and goal to go for Prairie View. Panthers on the road. Pass wide open in the end zone. It's a touchdown for Prairie View A&M. And we do have a flag down. Trayvon Jones was all by himself in the end zone. Caught it for a touchdown.
There's 2 seconds left,
but there is a flag down in the end zone. And I don't want to even guess at that one.
Offensive pass interference. On the left.
Another pick play, just like we saw earlier, called against Texas Southern, and this was at the man. They called a great play to Trayvon Jones.
That was more of a pick play than the one earlier. Yeah. I was wondering how he got so wide open on a play like that.
I mean, we're seeing it all coming down the stretch in this game.
You can't run a pick that tight.
Texas Southern is taking a timeout, so they want to talk to her. 2 seconds left on the clock.
So now you're 1 play. Unless you can run something quicker than that. It's 1 play, and it's got to be in the end zone.
They've rolled out Peters to the left the last 2 times in a row.
And I find that interesting because it's hard. He's got to, adjust his shoulders. He's a right-handed quarterback, and they really don't roll him out right much at all. It's always to the left. I don't know if they feel like that it confuses the defense more or not, but it's the wide side of the field, so it gives them more room because they're on the right hash.
And the penalty saved the Tigers because the game would have been over, basically. Yes. 2 seconds left. But now, if you're looking at from a Prairie View standpoint, it gives them more room to work with. The Tigers have been so good down there in close of stopping them. Now the Panthers got a little more room to work with. With 2 seconds to go, it's 21-16, Texas Southern out in front.
I'll tell you what, though, I tell my defensive backs, hey, look, you think it's even close, just follow. Yeah. But you don't let him catch it.
Bingman goes in motion, and now they chase him after him. And now here it is. Final play of the game. Peters lost it over the middle. Touchdown! Peters with a touchdown to number 9, Rodney Ojo. And the defensive player was in great position. He just couldn't find the football. He just did not look. But Prairie View has done it again to Texas Southern University in the final seconds of the game here at Shell Energy Stadium. Prairie View A&M now 7-0 when playing at Shell Energy Stadium.
What a shocker. And what the ability for the Panthers to keep their composure throughout this game. I mean, it is incredible to watch how they kept their composure, stayed focused, didn't let anything bother them throughout this game.
That was a nice catch, but you got to give the credit to Cameron Peters. He threw it back shoulder.
Yes, he threw it away from the defense.
He threw it back shoulder.
Yeah, and we talked about earlier in this game, throw people open. That's exactly what he did. He threw them open. So that was a smart quarterback throw. Throw your receiver open, create the openness. And again, you're right, the defender had him, but just couldn't find the ball.
He couldn't find the ball, and he threw it to the perfect spot. I'm losing my voice here.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, the tough part in the game like this for me is, man, I think really both teams played their tails off.
What
and
a
they
game.
played really well. And wow.
Let's take another look because that's all Cameron Peters, the placement of this football. Check it out from behind. Yeah. Oh, that's outstanding.
Yes.
That's outstanding.
Because motion is going to the right, and then he gets the receiver turned around to stop, and the defender just runs himself out of the play. That's just hard as a defender. Woo!
Rodney Ojo. They were sitting on that one. Hey, let's go down to Lauren now with Coach Jackson.
Well, first off, I want to say congratulations, Coach Jackson, on this Labor Day Classic win. How are you feeling right now?
Kind of in shock, to be quite honest. Really don't know what just happened. I just know the Panthers win, and that's what we wanted everybody to say after this. Really shout out to them, man, and the team that they have and how they came prepared. It's a rivalry game. I think we gave the fans what they wanted, but ultimately we got to win, and that's what we came here to do.
Yes, sir, and you are true to winning, not new to it. How do you plan on capitalizing off of this win and continuing the rest of your season?
Yeah, I just think the way we prepare is second to none. Hats off to our coaches. We got to figure out the penalty issue that we had, and we got to get some stuff cleaned up. We'll do that tomorrow. It's after midnight, I believe, from a late start. We're just excited that we got this win for our fans.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you, Coach, and congratulations.
Appreciate it. Go Panthers.
Yes.
Coach Tremaine Jackson, thank you very much, Lauren, for that. Coach Tremaine Jackson, his first taste of the Labor Day Classic, and he took it right down to the wire. The final 2 seconds in the game when Cameron Peters tossed that pass inside to Rodney Ojo and from Klein Collins High School to come back to Houston and make the winning catch for a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, this was everything you'd ask for in a classic, in a rivalry game. And again, from a TSU perspective, you have to say the Tigers have got to be just, man, they just had it in their grasp and couldn't quite hold on to it. That defense played strong there at the very end, but one more play, the Panthers were able to pull off. And again, like you said, Cooper with a very smart throw, throwing his receiver, running down a walk-off touchdown, as it's called.
who's the more deserving of our Player of the Game award tonight than that guy, number 4, Cameron Peters, presented tonight by Gatorade. Check out Cameron Peters and what a night he had. And they changed that to, it's Pepsi, excuse me. Pepsi is our sponsor for the Player of the Game, and it's Cameron Peters.
Yeah, he earned it 100%, man. Watch the way he runs, the way he threw today. And when they run him, man, he paid the price, but he battled the entire game, and that's how you get the Pepsi Player of the Game. Throw the game-winning touchdown with time running out. That's a lot of Pepsi for that one.
2 touchdown passes tonight for Cam Peters. What a way to start the season. Don't you want to wrap this thing up for us? Put a bow on it?
I'm just going to say, it's they're getting the trophy here in just a second here, and that Panthers got to love that. But I'll tell you this, both seasons look bright for both teams. They had a big win for the Panthers tonight.
Thank you, my friend, for Lauren Robertson and Jorge Vargas and Butch Alcindor saying so long from Houston, where the final score is Prairie View A&M 22, Texas Southern 21. All games airing here on SWAC TV or streaming live and archived on the SWAC TV app. This has been a presentation of SWAC Athletic, the Southwestern Athletic Conference. See you. So long, everyone.
PV Nation, it's Tremaine Jackson, your head football coach. We need you to join our 35 for 35 campaign. We're trying to raise $350,000 by the first game of the season. All you have to do is go to our website, pvpanthers.com, and click on the 35 for 35 link. Once you do that, we'd love to see your pictures or videos of you donating on our social media platforms at PVAMU Panthers.
PV Nation, this is your athletic director, Anton Gall. We've got a new initiative for our football team, 35 for 35. As you know, we just hired Coach Jackson as our 35th head football coach. In honor of that hiring, we are doing a $350,000 campaign. We're asking everybody to donate $35 or more to the Football Excellence Fund. How you do this? Go to pvpanthers.com, donate, and one last thing. Once you donate, take a picture, post it on our social media platforms, because the donations and the support you give us will take us to the next level. Thank you, and go Panthers.